Wide Sky, Part 1. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 1. First Berth. The Dawnward was smaller than Wells expected, and she loved it at once, which she knew better than to say out loud, and said anyway, to the docking clerk, who had heard it before. "She's beautiful," Wells said. "She's over quota by 9 tons, and she's leaving in a day," the clerk said, not looking up. "Berth's that way. Mind the loaders." Highreach hung the ship against the whole bright face of Earth. From the gantry, the planet turned under them, the Terminator crawling west across an ocean, cities coming up like spilled sugar along the dark edge, and above and around it all the traffic of the richest place anyone had ever built. Lighters and yard tugs, and the long ceramic spines of the deep-range ships, everything moving, everything lit, the great turning wheel of a species that had won and knew it. Wells had grown up watching this on a school wall in a town where the weather still came in off a real sea. Now the wall was gone, and the cold of the true thing came up through her boots, and she had to stop on the gantry with her kit bag on her shoulder and just look, because if she didn't, something in her chest might come loose. Somebody bumped her from behind. "You're in the road," a rigger said, and grinned when she flinched, and went past with a spar of hull plate on one shoulder as if it weighed nothing. She went the way the clerk had pointed, past a customs post where a Nall in survey gray was having a slow, patient argument with a manifest officer, past a noodle stall doing hard trade at a shift change, past a wall-sized public ledger where a knot of people stood watching the routes resolve, and a child kept tugging a father's sleeve to show him one that had just gone gold. It was the busiest, brightest, most ordinary place in creation, and Wells wanted to belong to it so badly her teeth ached. The Dawnward wore her name in worn survey blue along a hull patched and repatched until it read like a map of everywhere she'd been. Loader rigs crawled the gantry seams, feeding crates through the aft hatch faster than she'd known crates could move, and a woman with a manifest board argued with 2 dockhands in the flat, tired voice of someone who had been arguing for hours. Nobody was ceremonial about any of it. That surprised her. She had imagined more of a moment. The moment was hers alone, apparently, and she decided to keep it. "You Wells?" The man came down the ramp, wiping his hands on a rag that was making them dirtier. 50s, broad, gray stubble, a coverall with the sleeves shoved up, and a burn scar on one forearm gone silver with age. He looked at her like a part that had arrived and might be the wrong one. "Jae Wells," she said, and put out her hand, and then wasn't sure that was right, and held it out anyway. "Junior Survey. Reporting aboard. Silva. I keep her flying." He shook the hand, one pump, let go. "You're early. Everybody's early. That's the problem." He was already turning. "Come on, I'll walk you in." "I haven't got the time to walk you in." She followed him up the ramp. Inside, the Dawnward smelled of hot metal and coffee and the clean ozone bite of a ship being woken up. And the passages were narrow, and the light was warm, and "This is the best day of my life," she told herself, and had the sense to keep it behind her teeth. "She's a good ship," Silva said, ducking a conduit that had been pulled down and left hanging. "Which is not the same as ready. We are not fueled to spec. We're carrying a survey mast rated for a bigger frame, and I have got maybe 30 hours to make her behave when I was promised 60. Somebody moved the window." He said somebody, as another man might spit. "Mind your head." "Why?" "Because there's a conduit there." "No." "Why'd they move the window?" Silva stopped. It was only for a moment, and then he went on as if he hadn't, but she caught it. The little hitch of a man deciding not to answer, and then deciding how not to answer. "Above my pay," he said. "And yours. You'll draw the receiver checks." Sorry. Deep field receiver, the mast.
It's the one thing on this ship I can't wire up with my own two hands, and the tech who was meant to run it through got pulled to another berth this morning, no notice, and here you are, fresh off the academy, with the theory still warm." He handed her the rag as though it were a commission. "You did receivers at Cole?" "Top of my flight," Wells said. And there it was, out loud, and her face went hot. Yes, I did receivers." "Top of your flight," Silva said, with no weight on it at all, which was worse. "Good. Then you can tell me if the mast's lying to me before we're somewhere I can't do anything about it." They came out into a compartment stacked to the ceiling with stores, and Wells had to turn sideways to get through, and loved that too. Two crew were securing a pallet, talking low, and when Silva and Wells came in, they stopped. Not sharply, just finished, the way you finish a sentence early. One of them, a man with a first contact patch and a kind, tired face, smiled at her. "New?" he said. "First berth," Wells said. "SETI. You'll like it out here. It's the best thing there is." He meant it. It was plain in his voice, and it landed on her like sunlight. Then the other one, a woman with a cartographer's flashes, gave Sethi a look, and Sethi's smile went careful, and they turned back to the pallet, and under the warmth came a first small draft of something she had no name for. She had no time to name it either, because a voice from the forward passage said, "That the new hand, Silva? Bring her up. I want to say hello before she decides we're all mad." And Silva rolled his eyes where the voice couldn't see and steered her forward. The captain was younger than she'd pictured, and easier, a big, plain man with a working yard way of standing, and he came out of the cramped forward office with a slate under one arm and put out his hand before she'd worked out whether she was allowed to offer hers. "Locke," he said. "Aiden Locke. Welcome aboard the Dawnward." He didn't say it like a captain saying it. He said it like a man who was actually glad. "Wells, is it? Jae Wells. Silva steal you already?" "For the mast, Captain." "Then you'll be more use than me by dinner." He looked at her a moment, and it was a good look, unhurried, and then he asked her the first real question, before anyone senior, before he'd told her a single thing about himself. "What's the one part of a receiver everybody gets wrong?" "Phase floor," Wells said, too fast, and then, because he was still listening, slower. "Everyone chases the signal. The floor's where the lies live. If your noise floor is dishonest, everything above it is, too." Something moved in Locke's face. Approval. And under it, something else, something that had been sitting there before she came in. "The floor's where the lies live," he said. "I'll remember that. Go find mine." And he smiled and turned back into the office, and as the hatch drew to, Sethi was already inside it, close, and the captain's voice dropped right down out of its welcome. 3 low words she didn't catch, and Sethi's answer just as low, and neither of them glad any more. Then the hatch closed, and Silva's hand was on her shoulder, pointing her aft, and the ship was warm and narrow and hers, and she chose deliberately to keep the best of it and set the rest aside. The receiver mast ran up the Dawnward's dorsal spine like a nerve, and Wells spent the next hours inside its base with a diagnostic slate and a headset and a growing private joy. It was real work. That was the thing nobody at the academy could give you, that Wells understood now, wedged in a maintenance well with the whole warm weight of the ship around her. At Cole, the receiver had been a problem on a slate. Here it was a live thing under her hands, half-tuned and complaining. 40-year-old array plumbing that somebody had upgraded twice and never quite documented. Wire she had to trace by feel, where the schematic gave up. And it was hers to make honest. She talked to it under her breath. She skinned a knuckle and didn't care. Twice she caught herself grinning at nothing and made herself stop, and failed. Silva checked on her twice. The first time he grunted at her numbers and left. The second time he stood over her a while, one hand flat on the mast housing, the way you'd rest a hand on a horse. "You've done the phase pass," he said. "Twice, it's clean." Do it a third time. Silva wasn't looking at her. His eyes stayed on the mast. "She reads high on the aft quarter. Has done for 4 years. Every tech tells me it's the array, and every time I open the array, it's fine, and I've stopped believing the array." He took the hand back. "So, third pass. Tell me it's nothing, and I'll believe you and not the ship." He went. Wells did the third pass. It was the array. Almost. There was a warmth on the aft quarter, a fraction of a fraction, right down at the floor of what the mast could feel, and it sat exactly where Silva said it would. She looked at it a while. Then she wrote within tolerance, because it was, and because that was the answer, and because a small vain part of her wanted to bring Silva a clean report on her first day and not a mystery she couldn't close. The floor's where the lies live. She looked at the warm quarter again and left the note as it was, and told herself the captain hadn't meant anything by it. On the compartment's main plate, the ledger was live. She had read it 1,000 times, and never once from a ship about to go somewhere new. Out past Ceres, a supply run resolved, a thread of gold closed between 2 junctions, and a fresh mark held there, steady, proven, and 100 more sat around it, every root on the plate authenticated, unforgeable, and open for anyone to read, the whole reachable network laid out in light. It was the most beautiful thing Wells had ever been paid to look at. And along its far edge, where the Dawnward was bound, there was nothing at all. Not darkness, just blank, unwritten. A whole reach the map didn't cover, because no one had ever stood inside it and made a mark hold true, and in a day she was going to be one of the ones who did. "You're smiling at a wall," the cartographer said. She had come in quiet. She stood with a slate of her own and a stillness that made Wells straighten without deciding to. "Sorry, ma'am. I'm Vale. Cartography." A glance at the blank edge, then back at Wells, and something in it revised itself, as if an estimate had come in low. "That empty piece is the Sable Reach. That's where we're going." "I know, it's—" Wells stopped herself, and then didn't. "It's the best job alive." Vale considered this without hurry. "Ask me in a month," she said, which was not a no, and nodded at the slate in Wells's hands. "Silva's mast. You closing it out?" "Almost. There's a warm quarter, aft, but it's within tall—" "Show me." It should have taken 10 minutes. Wells brought the aft quarter warmth up on the slate, and Vale looked at it the way Silva looked at the housing, and asked for the raw feed instead of the summary, and got it, and did something to the display that Wells hadn't the seniority to know how to do. The warm smear resolved a little more, stopped being a smear. There was structure in it. Wells's joy changed temperature without leaving her the moment a thing you're looking at turns out to be looking back. "That's not thermal," she said. "That's not the array." "No," said Vale. "It's carrying." "Yes." They pulled it up out of the floor of the mast's hearing, together. The junior with the fast hands and the cartographer with the slow certainty, and it came grudging, out of 4 years of being logged as instrument error and shrugged away. And when it came, it was faint and patterned, and it was, past any argument, a signal. Then, for less than a breath, because the mast was tuned and the ship was quiet and the reach happened to be turned the right way, it was a voice. It was human. Wells knew it the way you know a footstep in your own house. Not the words. The words were half torn off, worn thin by however far they had come. She knew the shape of a human mouth making them, the rise and fall of a person meaning something to whoever might be listening. and she had the sudden and total conviction that she was hearing someone who had spoken this a long time ago and hoped very hard that it would land somewhere. "To whoever opened the road," the voice said, out of the blank part of the map, out of the reach no one had ever reached. "We are still here." Then the mast lost it, and the aft quarter read high and with intolerance and 40 years old, and on the plate the ledger went on filling with gold, mark after proven mark, and none of it anywhere near the one edge that wasn't there. Vale had gone very still. She reached out and, without asking, saved the feed to her own slate, and then she looked at Wells, and Wells understood that whatever the woman said next, she was choosing it with great care. "Nobody's ever been there," Wells said. Her voice came out smaller than she wanted. "That's the whole reason we're going. Nobody has ever been there." "No," Vale said. "Then who's already speaking?" Vale looked at the blank edge of the map, at the place the Dawnward would open in a day, and had no answer to give her. Someone was already out there, speaking Earth's own language into a road no one had opened. The voice had been waiting 4 years for a road that did not exist.
Chapter 2. The Bright Errand. The Mercer Yards wanted it on the record that a certified mast survey had been offered and declined. Locke stood at the desk plate in the Dawnward's forward office, Highreach's evening traffic sliding past the port, and let the fitting-out controller on Mars say all of it, because she was right and because the Yards had built his ship, and you did not hurry people who had built your ship. 4 days, the controller said. "Give me 4 days and I'll put a mast man on a fast lighter, a proper one, off the fleet rebuild, with the rig and the paperwork. That mast was made for a hull twice your beam, Captain. She wants a true tune, not a promise." "The window's fixed. We slip tomorrow, 11:40 station." "Then you slip uncertified." A pause came down the link, the sound of sums being done at the far end of it. "You know what I have to write." "Write it." "Master declined final certification. Sailed at owner's risk." She read it out the way you'd read a weather warning to a man already at sea. 26 years I've fitted survey masts. I've written that line 5 times. How many of the 5 came home? 4. A beat. Which is a better number than it sounds and a worse one than I'd like. Who's running your mast through? A receiver hand out of coal, top of her flight. A junior. A good one. The pause this time was shorter. "Then I'll push the calibration load up to you tonight instead of Thursday, and you'll promise me a true tune at first refit, and that's the best bargain you'll get out of Mars this week." "Done, and thank you." "Fair roads, Dawnward," the controller said, and closed the link on whatever he might have answered. Locke added the call to the tally he had been keeping since the window moved. 5 days now. 5 days since the survey had lifted his departure out of next month and set it down in tomorrow, and no reason anywhere in any of it, not in the order, not in the store's dockets, not in the way Highreach's own schedulers had found the Dawnward a gate slot that better-connected ships had been queuing on for weeks. The mast technician pulled off his berth this morning, no notice. Silva's 60 hours cut to 30. Fueling crews booked through the night at short-notice rates the survey had paid without blinking, and the survey never paid anything without blinking. Locke had told the truth, which was that nobody had told him. It had gone over the way true things go over when they are not enough. Down the passage, Silva went by the hatch with a fuel manifest, running on the yard's short clock and letting the ship know it. Aft, high in the mast housing, the new hand was running the receiver through its passes. Silva's last report said she was better than her file, and he had delivered it like an accusation.
The summons sat on the slate where it had sat since noon. Renwick. His office. Tonight. 3 words worth an answer to 5 days of asking. At the office hatch that afternoon, with the new hand barely down the passage, Locke had passed them to Sethi and Tyre. His office. Tonight. And watched the last of the day's gladness go out of the man. About time, Sethi had said, just as low, and it had not sounded like relief. Sethi was waiting at the foot of the ramp when Locke came down at 8, wearing his shore coat, as if the two of them might be strolling out to dinner. "I'll walk you to the transit," Sethi said. "It's 40 meters. Then I'll walk slowly." The gantry was doing its shift-change trade. The noodle stall queued 6 deep. A rigger, asleep, sitting up against a bollard with his gloves still on, and past the rail, Earth turned in its own light, going about its evening. Sethi said, to the middle distance, "Windows move for 3 reasons: money, weather, or war. The survey's flush. There's no weather on a station. It's not war. You don't move a survey ship for a war. You dock her and take her people." "I know. I've been doing the same sums for 5 days, and I like none of the answers, which usually means the real one hasn't come to the counter yet." At the transit, he stopped and faced him. "Whatever he gives you tonight, I don't need all of it. I've sailed 30 years on other men's clearances. I know how it's done. But leave me enough to work with when we get out there. If anything on the far side of that reach talks, Aiden, I'm the one who has to open my mouth first." "You'll have everything I'm allowed," Locke said, "and I'll argue for the rest." "That's all any of us sails on." Sethi gripped his shoulder. One press, let go. "Go on. Make him pour you the good bottle. He will. It's when he pours the good bottle that you worry." Upring the station was a different country. The dock levels gave way to embassy decks, flags Locke half knew, station guards standing easy outside doors that had never been near a loader. And the embassy decks gave way to the surveys floor, which flew no flags at all. Just a long corridor of photographs in plain frames, 60 years of cruise, dated and named, and here and there a small brass star set into a frame's corner that nobody had ever explained to Locke, because nobody had ever needed to. Renwick's office sat at the end of the corridor, smaller than offices Locke had been shouted at in as a junior. Charts on the walls with real pencil on them. Renwick had given him the Dawnward over longer names than his and had never once brought it up. Now he had the bottle out before Locke was through the hatch, pouring 2 glasses of the Mars malt he kept, by his own account, for budget season and bad news. "Silva forgive me yet?" Renwick said. "He's doing 60 hours of work in 30 and making sure the whole ship can hear the difference. Good man. I cost him his fitting window. He's entitled to the noise." Renwick handed a glass across. "And Wells, the receiver hand. You know her name. I read your manifest. I read all my manifests. It's most of what a director is." Renwick sat and waved Locke into the other chair. "Top of her flight at Cole, and Silva already fighting to keep her, unless I've forgotten what he's like. Sit down, Aiden." Locke sat. "You moved my window." "I did? 5 days ago. You haven't told me why, which isn't like you. And I haven't asked, which is exactly like you, and is most of the reason the Dawnward is yours. It came out as a point of record, not flattery." He opened the desk drawer, took out a courier case, and broke the survey seal on it with his thumb. Inside was a plain black player, the kind couriers chain to their wrists, and he set it on the desk between them and left his hand on it a moment, like a man deciding a last time whether to wake somebody. 18 days ago, the long baseline relay at the mouth of the span handed us 6 seconds out of the Sable Reach. The Reach is dark. There's nothing in it to hand anyone anything." "Yes," Renwick said, and touched the player. 6 seconds. A human voice, a woman or a light-voiced man, torn to rags by distance or by something less kind. A wash of noise, then 3 words standing clear out of the middle of it. "Do not open." Then the noise again, and at the very end, one more rag that might have been worder and might have been nothing at all. Then it was done, and the office was quiet, and past the port glass, Earth went on turning as if nothing had been said. "Again," Locke said. Renwick played it again. It was worse the second time. Locke knew where the words fell now and was waiting for them. He set his glass down on the chart table and left it there. "Who has heard this?" "9 people. You're the 10th. Provenance?" "None. And that's not a hole in the work, Aiden. It's the nature of the thing. A ledger mark can't be forged. Everything short of a mark can. The Sable Reach has never held a node. There is nothing inside it for 6 seconds of anything to stand on. No origin, no path, no time of transmission anyone can swear to. A human voice, out of a reach no human road has entered, and no way on Earth or off it to prove what it is. So it could be 4 things." Renwick counted them off on his fingers, like a man who had walked the list nightly for 18 days. A stranded line, a ship that went out in the network's first generation, before the roads reached anywhere, and lived, and had children, and remembers us. A lure, somebody baiting a new road with our own voice, because whatever else we are, we will always stop for our own voice. A displacement. The span has delivered stranger things than sound outside their own year. Ask any timing clerk on this station. Or the one I like least. Somebody reached the cluster ahead of us, sat down quietly, and would like to know who comes looking. My cryptographer spent 13 days trying to break it one way or the other, real or false, old or current, near or far. 13 days, and it broke in no direction at all. The morning they gave up, I moved your window. On a recording you can't prove." "On a recording nobody can prove," Renwick said. "The span's mouth is not private, whatever it pretends. Every week that player sits in my drawer, the odds shorten that some other relay caught the same 6 seconds. A claims syndicate, a picket broker, one of the embassies 3 decks down. And if it's the first thing, if that is a living line out there, then they have been speaking into the dark for a lifetime, and I mind adding a season to that for the sake of a fueling schedule." He drank and set the glass down. "Silva's 30 hours are on my account, tell him. He can bill me in noise." "And if it is people," Locke said, "a lost line, alive? Then you will have brought home the finest news in the survey's history," Renwick said. And the warmth in it was real and old and tired in a way that was new on him. "That's the outcome I'd pay for. I want that understood before I ask you for the other thing." "Ask." Renwick stood and went to the port. Below the survey's floor, the embassy decks wore their riding lights, and below those, the whole bright machine of Highreach turned above the turning Earth. "You came up through the embassy levels tonight," he said. "You know what this station is. We are the richest species that has ever lived, and half of what we pass on our way to lunch knows that our roads are why their sky is going out." He reported it the way a man reports the weather of his working life. "Now, give those decks 6 unprovable seconds of a human voice out of a reach nobody has entered. By dinner, it's a colony Earth abandoned and left in the dark.
By breakfast, it's a crime out ahead of our arriving, something we did once and are racing back to bury. By the day after, it's proof we were beaten to the Reach, and there go the licenses and the survey under them. None of those tellings would be kind to us, and none of them would be true, because nobody knows what's true. That's the sickness of the thing. As it stands, it can't be answered. It can only be shouted.
He turned back from the port. The Errand is real. I want that said plainly, because everything else leans on it. Chart the reach, seed the nodes, make the maps honest. The bright Errand is not a cover for the quiet one, Aiden. It's the answer to it. But where you're going, there is no ledger, no record, no sworn account of anything, which means that for a while, a month, a season, the only true account in creation of whatever is out there will be the one the Dawnward brings home. He crossed back to the desk and slid the player over the wood until it stopped against Locke's hand. So bring it home in your own hands. Find who is speaking. Understand them before anyone else is handed the chance to be afraid of them. I am not asking for silence. God knows, if it's people, I'm not asking you to hide people. I'm asking for order. The truth first, whole. Then the telling. A whole truth can be defended. A leak can only be fought.
Locke turned his glass a quarter turn on the chart table and did not drink from it. "I can do that," he said, and because the words came out lighter than they sat, he kept going. "It's right anyway. If it's a stranded line, they're ours to find. That's the oldest thing the survey is for. If it's a lure, better a crew that's watching for one than a prospector who isn't. If it's either of the others, then the more we understand before it's public, the better for everyone, them included, whoever they are." He stopped. One sentence passed where he had meant to stop, and Renwick had the grace not to smile. "It's a weight," Renwick said. "I'm sorry to hand it to you. I'm not sorry you're the one I'm handing it to." "One question." Locke rested 2 fingers on the player. "Is the voice all we have? 6 seconds of asking and nothing else?" "One thing else." Renwick sat back down. "There's a header under the audio. Node protocol. First generation, retired before you were born. Headers name their origin star. It was the first thing they ever carried. A catalog index and the class. A claim of home so the network would know where a voice was speaking from. And this one claims what? My cartographers are running the index against the current sky. Authenticated observation only. I won't hang any part of this on archive light. You'll have their annex by tight beam before you raise the span." Renwick turned his own glass, and for the first time all evening was slow to answer. "And if the index proves nonsense, that's an answer too. Everything about this is an answer, once it's seen in the right order." Renwick walked him out through the corridor of photographs, and at the end of it stopped him with a hand on his arm, and for that moment was not the director of anything, just a heavy old man seeing a friend to a ship. "Go and run the bright Errand," he said. "It's real. Whatever else proves true, that part is real. Keep it in front of you." A press of the hand, and then he turned back down his corridor. "Fair roads, Captain." On the way out, Locke passed the 60 years of crews in their plane frames. He did not look at the brass stars. He looked at the faces.
By 10 the next morning, the Dawnward was fueled to spec, and Silva had stopped announcing that she wasn't. The calibration load had come up from Mars overnight, as promised. The mast had run its passes under the new hand and been signed serviceable. The last pallets went aboard at 10:30, with the loaders leaning on the crates like men who had personally invented punctuality. At 11:40 exactly, Highreach turned them loose. "Dawnward, Highreach control. Released to the survey lane, Gate 4. Traffic is yours to the lattice. Fair roads. Control, Dawnward. Released, Gate 4. Our thanks, Highreach. Dawes took her out one-handed, threading the yard tugs and the long-haul queues as if the richest traffic in the sky were a market crowd he had crossed all his life. Sethi stood at the bridge port in his shore coat, hands behind his back, watching the station shrink. Nobody had much to say. On the plot, the survey lane ran out ahead of them, gold mark to gold mark to gold mark, and then stopped being gold, and then stopped being anything. The defense lattice passed them out picket by picket, courteous as a border, and Sol's shipping thinned around them, and the Dawnward put her bow on the long leg for the span. A tight beam came in 2 hours later, under survey seal, personal for the master. Locke carried it forward to the office, where he had welcomed the new hand a day before, and closed the hatch. The annex was short. Renwick's cartographers wrote like people billed by the word. The header had resolved. First-generation node protocol, confirmed, medium pause, a format nothing had transmitted since the network's founding years. Medium pause, and inside it, where every human header ever built carried its claim of home, an origin index, a catalog number, and a spectral class. A yellow main sequence star, the header said. Steady, ordinary, a good sun for people. The cartographers had run the index against the current sky twice on 2 instruments with no shared fault, authenticated to the ledger both times. The position resolved cleanly. The star sat exactly where the old catalog said it would sit. It was dark. Not dim, not old and reddening toward its end, not an archive error. The annex retired each of those in one dry line apiece. Observed this year, sworn to the ledger, dark. Nothing at that index was burning, and nothing at that index could have kept a sender alive to speak. Under the finding there was no note, no theory, no line of comfort or guesswork. The cartographers had written down what the sky said and stopped. Locke read the annex twice. Then he sat working the old yard callus on his palm with his thumb, while the Dawnward ran outward through the last of Sol's lanes, her bright errand ahead of her. 6 seconds of a human voice, asking Earth, begging, maybe. 6 seconds couldn't prove begging either, not to open the road wider. And beneath the voice, in a format nothing living still spoke, the sender had named the star they spoke under. And the star was dark. Chapter 3. Dark on the Ledger. 2 days out from Highreach, the gold ran out. Vale had the chart plate live in the cartography bay and watched it go the way other people watched a coastline drop under the horizon. Behind the Dawnward's marker, the network trailed away in proven light. Sol, a blaze too dense to read at this scale. Then the trunk routes, then thinner gold, then single threads, then one last junction out on the rim like a lit window at the end of a long road. Ahead of the marker, there was nothing at all. Not black, blank, unwritten, unproven, the one edge of the map that had never told anyone anything, which made it, in Vale's professional opinion, the only honest edge the species owned. Vale was aware that opinion said something about her. She declined to pursue what. They made the crossing at 3:50 a.m. on the 3rd day out. The lights came down to transit amber, and the ship went quiet fore to aft. Wells appeared in the cartography hatch on the thin pretext of a slate that needed countersigning and stayed. Silva called up from the drive room to say the mast was pinned and sheeted, and if cartography wanted it babied through the crossing, cartography could come down and babysit it personally. Vale sat at the end of the chart table playing a solitaire game of his own devising, whose rules, over 3 days of study, Vale had established he amended whenever they threatened to beat him. The crossing itself was a long swallowed note. Pressure in the teeth, the deck lights dimming to something submarine, the stars on the forward feed smearing sideways, and then a new sky, entire, all at once, as if a door had opened on a lit room. Vale forgot the plate. She forgot Wells at her shoulder and the stylus in her own hand, and for the space of several breaths she forgot to be any particular version of herself. The Sable Reach stood outside the hull in tears, a deep cluster, crowded past sense, stars laid on stars laid on stars, reefs of them, dust lanes cutting dark channels through lit shoals, color down every register of it, from arc white to banked ember. Nobody had ever stood under this sky. Nobody had ever been certain of 1 degree of it. Every star out there was about to be true for the first time. "Oh," Wells said from the hatch. "Oh." "Yes," Vale said, which was all she had, and let the kid carry the rest of it out loud for both of them. Vale was not looking at the sky. Vale caught it while the bay was still silent. The whole compartment turned one way, faces lit by the forward feed, and Vale turned the other, watching the faces. His cards were still fanned in one hand. "It's a good sky," he said, when she kept looking at him. "Yours is the better view." He tipped the cards toward the watching crew and went back to his game, easy as a man on a ferry he had ridden all his life. Noll went everywhere. They had been sailing longer than anyone. Presumably a sky was eventually just a sky. Vale set the explanation down where it belonged, and it stayed there almost until the end of the watch. Locke came down from the bridge within the hour, while the survey watch was still standing around the forward feed being useless in a way Vale found she had no urge to correct. He put himself beside her at the plate, arms folded, and looked a while at the blank where his ship now was. "Well, Doctor," he said, "it's your sky. Write it down." They seeded the first node at 0900. It went out the ventral bay, unfolded, sounded, settled into station, and began the slow business of proving where it was. On the plate, in the blank, a single mark resolved, thin at first, then certain, then gold. The first authenticated fact in the history of the Sable Reach. Around the bay, the watch made a sound more sigh than cheer, and Wells said, to nobody in particular, "That's us. That mark is us," and went red and stood by it. A century of Sol's best instruments had drunk this cluster's light and could not certify one star of it, old light, orphan light, pretty and unprovable. A mark held only where someone had stood in the place and made it hold. That was the whole reason ships still existed, and Vale had never been so glad to be freight. Silva unfolded the mast to its full survey spread on the 5th day out, and the arguing started on the 6th. "You want the floor filters pulled?" he said, in the tone of a man repeating an obscenity to be sure he'd heard it right. He had come up to the bay in person, rather than say it on the comm. "I want an honest floor. Authentication runs on raw sky.
Your filters are 40 years of other people's opinions about what the mast shouldn't have to listen to. Those opinions keep my amplifier stages alive. That mast was built for a bigger frame than this one. She runs hot on her best day, and you want her bareheaded in a sky nobody's ever measured? Gently bareheaded. Staged ramps, your limits, my profiles. You can watch. I'll do better than watch. Silva did better than watch. For the better part of 5 days, the two of them took the mast down to its naked floor together. Silva camped in the housing with a thermal probe and a running commentary on everything cartography had ever done to an honest ship. Vale in the bay, feeding him ramp profiles and taking the commentary as the price of the sky. The sky was worth it. It came down the mast raw and cold and perfect, pulsar clocks to bear against, spectral fingerprints one after another, parallax runs as the Dawnward made her slow legs along the Reach's edge, seeding nodes as she went. The catalog grew. The plate filled behind them, mark by proven mark. Vale assigned designations with a private, particular pleasure. First true sentences on a blank page, and if she talked to the spectrograph under her breath while she did it, Silva had the grace to pretend the housing mic was off. On the 9th day out, he appeared with a jacketed flask and poured her a cup of something he brewed in the drive room and refused to name. It tasted of rope that had been on fire, put out, and reconsidered. Vale drank it. Refusing had gone badly for the last person who tried. Your calibration curve drifts, she told him over the cup, like a drunk walking home. He gets home, Silva said. The laugh got out of her before she could dress it. One short note, ridiculous in the quiet bay. And Silva looked so pleased with himself that Vale frowned at the spectrograph for a long while afterward, on principle. 4 years I've told the yard techs that mast here's true, he said, comfortable, pouring the rest of the flask for himself. Every one of them opened the array, found nothing, wrote no fault found, and told me she was old. You're the first who ever treated her as a witness instead of a suspect. She's a good instrument, Vale said, underneath everything you've done to her. On the 11th day out, with the filters pulled, the floor bare, and the ship coasting a survey leg with her drives quiet, the aft quarter came up warm. Vale had the display split before she had finished sitting down. Not the old smear, not the fraction of a fraction down at the edge of what the mast could feel. The same quarter, the same signature. And it stood up clear of the noise like a swimmer standing up out of surf. Vale keyed the drive room without taking her eyes off it. Silva, your aft quarter. A pause on the line. He ran his own repeat of the mast feed, and he would be looking at it. When his voice came back, there was no argument left in it anywhere. That's not warm, Silva said. That's loud. Yes. It was never the array. No, Vale said. It never was. They got it clean on the 12th day out. Wells had the receiver watch. She had drawn the mast checks at Highreach and defended the post afterward like territory. And Silva stood inside the housing, keeping his amplifier stages alive by hand, while Vale brought the gain up a hair at a time. Vale arrived 20 minutes in and took the end of the chart table without being asked. Word moved fast on a small ship. The signal came up out of the sky, shape first, then structure, then a voice. To whoever opened the road, the voice said, at 2140, into a bay gone absolutely still. We are still here. The same voice, the one from the floor of the mast at Highreach, worn thin then, 4 words breaking clear of 4 years of noise, and here it was whole and close, someone saying a thing they had said many times and meant every time. The recording hissed, syllables dropped out of it. Age sat on it like weather on a board fence. Old and carried carefully, and sent, and sent, and sent. "That's him," Wells said, hardly above a breath. "That's our—" and she stopped herself before "our." Then the voice changed. Younger, nearer, a different speaker, recorded later and cleaner, a page added to a letter that had been a long while getting sent. "If this reaches Earth," the second voice said, "do not open the road wider." Nobody moved. The message ran on, in degraded stretches, syllables chewed to static, a run of numbers, one word that kept returning, then cycled and began again at the top, round and round like a lighthouse. The plea, then the warning, the old voice, then the young one. "They're alive," Wells was half out of her seat. "The carrier's live. That's now. That's tonight." "The recording is old," Vale said. "The transmission isn't." She kept her voice level, and it cost more than it usually did. "That emitter is running tonight. Running means power. Power means hands." "Hands is right," Silva said on the comm from inside the housing. "Listen to the state of that carrier. That kit is older than this ship, older than me, and it's still on frequency after all this time. That's a machine somebody loves. You don't keep hardware alive that long by leaving it alone." Wells turned from her board, and the feeling arrived out loud, a beat ahead of her, as usual. So they're real. Real, right now people, out where nobody's ever been, and they've spent years saying we're still here. And the second thing they ever say to us is, "Stay away?" "Not stay away," Vale said. "Do not open the road wider. Those are different sentences." That was all he offered, the whole watch. Vale, who kept a running list of the crew's tuning habits, who had opinions on card games he had invented that same morning, sat with his hands folded on the chart table and said nothing further, and his quiet had a grain to it that Vale could not place and chose, in company, not to try. The word that kept returning rode in both voices. It sat in the clean stretches and the ruined ones, attached every time to the run of numbers Vale's decoder flagged as position fixes. A node handshake in a format so old the decoder went to deep archive for the protocol. The word was Austri. The voices said it the way voices say the name of home. Vale laid the fixes on the plate and ran bearing lines from 3 points along the survey leg, and where the lines wanted to cross, the plate was blank. Of course it was blank. All of it was blank. So she wrote the word there herself, small, beside the crossing. The voices had already named it. A catalog number would have been a correction. Locke came down to cartography at the end of the next forward watch, off shift, alone, carrying a slate he did not hand over straight away. He closed the hatch behind him, which he never did. "I need your read on something," he said. "Clean, which means I'll tell you where this came from and nothing else about it, not because I enjoy that." "All right," Vale said. "It reached the survey not long before we sailed, Earthside receiving station, off the relay chain. Low, once, and Renwick's people trapped it more or less by luck." He set the slate down and turned it to face her. "It's why our window moved. That much you're owed. Their analysts drew conclusions, and I'm not handing you those either. I want yours, off your own instrument, with nobody leaning on you."
Locke was explaining more than he needed to, and squaring the slate to the table edge while he did it. Vale let him finish and asked nothing except what the data would want asked.
The fragment was 11 seconds long. Same carrier, same framing. The old voice, the plea, torn short. A starved cousin of what the mast now pulled clean off the sky every hour of every watch. Vale played it 3 times, set its fingerprint beside the live catch, and matched it line for line for line. "It's the beacon," she said. "Same emitter, no question." Their people said the same. Locke stayed where he was, arms folded. "Go on." Vale pulled the 3rd pane up without being asked, because she had been circling it for a day and a half, and it was time to look straight at it. The mast's maintenance history, the aft quarter, 41 log entries across 4 years and 2 refits, within tolerance, no fault found, array serviced, within tolerance, and behind the entries, in the raw floor captures the techs had archived and never once played, the same carrier, the same framing, the same voice, riding the bottom of the mast's hearing at 1/1,000,000th of tonight's strength. She ran the correlation with Locke standing there. It came back solid enough to build a house on. "Say it out loud," Locke said quietly. "I've carried my half since Highreach. I'd like the company." This ship has been hearing that voice for 4 years. The cold arrived in Vale's wrists, the way it did when a number stopped being wrong and started being true. Renwick Station caught it once, weeks ago, by luck. 2 receivers, 1 beacon. That part is clean. Except the Spain hadn't touched this sky 4 years ago, Captain. There was no road for the signal to ride. There was no path from that reach to our mast. There was nowhere for it to be. Locke took the mundane road, and to his credit, he took it properly, 1 door at a time, like a man checking empty rooms. A relay echo, some thread of the network scattering the beacon toward Seoul. Except there was no thread. The only gold this reach had ever held was on the plate behind them, and they had laid it themselves. Someone threw ahead of the survey then, quiet, off the ledger. Except nothing sailed unwritten, and nothing was written. That was the entire meaning of blank. An instrument artifact, 4 years of coincidence that happened to match a real beacon line for line. Locke said that one himself, slower, and let it die on his own tongue, unanswered. "All right." Locke let out a breath. "Then we don't know how. Say that part plainly, too." "We don't know how," Vale said. "The mast is honest. The logs are honest. The beacon is real. And there is no path by which that signal reaches this ship 4 years ago. All 4 are true. I can't make them agree, and I won't invent a 5th thing to make anyone comfortable." "No, don't." Locke picked up the slate, and at the hatch he stopped. "The fragment stays in this bay. The catch is ship's business. Work it in the open. I'm aware that's not a fair pair of sentences." A breath. "Find me the world, Doctor. People we can talk to beat a voice we can't explain." The hatch shut. Vale stayed with the 3 panes lit, the starved fragment, the clean catch, 4 years of no fault found, and the beacon went round again on the low speaker, the old voice handing off to the young one, and the bay's warm light did nothing at all about the cold in her wrists. The bearings crossed on the 16th day out. Deep past the shoals they had charted, past the last gold mark and into the blank, the fixes agreed on a single system, and Vale put the mast on it and let it drink. A star, a family of worlds, and on the second world out, small, watermarked, cloud-streaked, everything at once, water vapor high in the air, oxygen out of all inorganic proportion, the long spectral comb of growing things, and then, as the planet turned its night side to the mast, lights, not many, small, steady, strung loose along the line of what might be a river, the size of towns. Towns, Wells said. She had been at Vale's shoulder for 2 hours, and Vale had drawn out the biosphere lines for her twice, unprompted, in more detail than the kid had asked for, and had stopped midway through the third time when she caught herself doing it. Towns, people light lamps there. Austrie's real. It's real, Vale said. The quiet in the bay was a warmer kind than the 12th days. It did not last the hour, because Vale had the star's spectrum standing on the next pane over, and the star was wrong. Vale ran it 4 times before she allowed herself an opinion. Mass and make said the star should burn gold-white. The light said deep amber going red, and the light did not come steadily. A stutter rode its long wavelengths, low and slow, like a lamp on a bad wire. A star that size had no business being that color, and no business flickering, and it was doing both, over a world with towns on it. Every instrument agreed, and every instrument was honest. Vale had spent 2 weeks making certain of exactly that, and briefly, uselessly, she wished she had done a worse job. Then she did what she was for, and authenticated the neighborhood. The neighborhood was worse. The far catalogues, orphan light, century stale, all anyone had ever had of this sky, put stars around Austrie that were not there, dark at fix after fix where the old light said burning, gaps in the reef, sockets. Stale catalogues could be stretched. Stars do die. A careful cartographer could pull the old light thin enough to cover almost every absence, and Vale was careful, and stretched it, and covered almost every absence. The beacon's own star she could not cover. Old hardware kept old habits. The handshake carried its reference fix, the brightest reliable neighbor, position and magnitude embedded in every cycle so a listener could true the bearing. Here is the star we steer by, second magnitude, you cannot miss it. And the record was not centuries stale. Hands had keyed it into the emitter on Austrie within living generations. Vale put the mast on the reference fix. She proofed the mast against 2 authenticated stars either side, and the mast was honest. She re-derived the fix from 6 separate cycles of the handshake, and the fix was honest. Nothing was there. Not faint, not red, not guttering. Dark. A socket in the reef where the beacon's own record, keyed by the very people calling across it, said, bright, steady, steer by this. Whatever had put that star out had done it inside the beacon's own lifetime. Late in the night cycle, Vale sat alone in the bay with the panes lit. Austrie's sun on one, deep amber, stuttering, wrong. Austrie on another, night side turned toward the mast, its handful of town lights strung along the dark river like lit windows down an unlit street. On the chart plate, behind the ship's marker, the road they had laid ran back toward the span in a clean line of proven gold. Every mark theirs, every mark proven, the newest still curing where the day's node had bedded in. The Dawnward had come to write this reach onto the map, and she was writing it, mark by mark, wider every day. On the low speaker, the beacon came around again. The old voice first, we are still here. Then the young one,
clear as a person in the next room. If this reaches Earth, do not open the road wider. Behind the ship's marker, the newest mark finished curing, thin, then certain, then gold.
Chapter 4. The Cousins. The Farron gave directions like people whose map is a thing they are and not a thing they carry, where the river leaves the gorge and turns, under the stone brow when the sun stands one hand above the ridge. Vale had turned that into coordinates in 4 seconds flat. Sethi made the landing party learn the words anyway, and on the morning of the 19th day, walking the last kilometer in, he said them over to himself like a man rehearsing a part, because the people waiting under the stone brow would use the words, and he meant to arrive as somebody who would listen. Austri pulled at him. Nothing here did anything suddenly. Not the river, not the weather, not, he suspected, the people. But the ground added a quiet second kit bag to the one on his shoulder, and by the river turn his knees had opinions. The light was the stranger part. Morning had come up red and stayed red, a long ember of a morning that never ripened into gold, and under it the water ran dark, and the grass ran darker, green gone so deep it read as black. Cold, still, handsome country. His breath smoked and hung. "Company," Dawes said behind him, pleasant, not turning his head. "Ridgeline, 2. Been with us since the boat." "I know. Walk friendly." "I am friendly. I'm the friendliest man you know with nothing on his hip." Dawes had argued for the sidearm the whole flight down, lost, and had been converting the loss into commentary ever since, which was his way of agreeing. Vale had come down to the shuttle bay to see them off, a thing he did not do for survey flights, and had declined the surface with a wave, as though it had been offered him on a tray. "Dawes will point a gun at the sky. You will point your open hands at everything. Between the two of you, one sensible person." Then at the ramp, in the tone he kept for card games, "They will want to tell you about their sky. Let them finish." The overhang stood where the words had promised it, a brow of gray stone over a shelf of turf, and the Farron were already there, of course they were already there, and came out from under it without hurry, a dozen of them, and Sethi's first thought, the one that arrived before any of his training could get its hands on him, was cousins. They were broad through the chest, and deliberate in how they moved, dressed in wool and worked leather, skin with a dusty slate cast that went deeper in the red light, and their eyes, that was where you couldn't look away. Their eyes sat wide and dark and unmistakably human in faces that belonged to nobody from home. Earth was in them the way a river is in a delta. 5 generations of a heavier world and a dimmer sun had made something new out of old stock, and not one line of it was strange enough to be foreign. The man in front had gray coming in at his temples and took the slope with a deliberateness that had nothing of age in it. "You would be the road makers?" he said. The voice sat lower than any voice Seti had ever stood next to, down where you feel the word as much as hear it. "We would." Seti kept his hands open at his sides and let them be looked at. "Ravi Seti, of Earth, of the survey ship Dawnward. This is Dawes. We heard your voice on the road, and we've come to answer it." "Seti." The man tried the name like a tool from an unfamiliar bench and seemed to find the handle. "I am Odai. I am the speaker." His eyes went over the two of them, taking their measure, and came back. "You are Earth's people." "We are." "So are we," Odai said, the way a man says which valley he farms. 5 grandmothers gone, the kindred came down in this valley. We are what she carried, and what the world made of it.
5 grandmothers. The linguist in Sethi sat up like a dog. Time counted in grandmothers. The ship a she still. The old idiom drifted and reset. He wanted the whole grammar of it, wanted it the way other men want money, and he put the wanting where it belonged, which was behind the work. "How many ships follow yours?" Ordai asked, first question, ahead of any welcome. "None. 1 ship, 17 days up the road, no fleet behind her." Something loosened along the line of the Ferren at that. Most of it loosened. A stocky woman near the back kept her eyes on the sky over Sethi's shoulder the whole time they spoke, and never once on Sethi. "And the road behind you," Ordai said, "does it stand open?" "It stands open." The look that went among them then had no welcome in it, and it was not aimed at earth either. It went up and out, the way you look down a corridor, and not at the man standing in it. Sethi put no name on it yet.
Ordai stood quiet a moment. 17 days, he said. Wind moved along the shelf of turf. We took the longer way. One of the Ferren behind him laughed, a low sound, out of the chest, and then the rest of them, the same register, a warm, low rumble like weather on the far side of a hill, and Sethi found himself grinning at a joke 5 generations deep, and Dawes was grinning too, and that was the first thing the 2 crews of the Kindred's long voyage ever shared. "Come and be looked at, roadmakers," Ordai said, turning. "The children have been promised." On the walk down, Dawes drew level and spoke low. "They like you." "The last ones liked me too," Sethi said, and left it there, and counted his party, both of them, for the 2nd time since the river.
The town sat a valley over, under the ridge, with its back to the wind, and half of itself under the turf. Long, low houses dug shoulder-deep into the hillside, roofed in sod, doors set away from the weather. What stood above the turf was glass. Long beds of crop ran the south slope under angled panes, row after row tilted to scrape everything the red sun still gave, and beneath the glass the leaves grew black-green and glossy, colors earth kept for deep water. At midday, the light stood roughly where earth keeps late afternoon. Frost lived all day in the shadow of the north walls, and nobody remarked on it. They put Sethi to work before noon, which he came to understand was the hospitality. The Ferren kept no ceremony for guests that he could find. They had work, and they let you into it. Partnered with an older woman shifting panes down from a dead field high on the slope, he discovered that a pane she carried like nothing put him straight onto his heels. "Set it down before it sets you down," she advised, and took it off him one-handed. Later, watching him rest with his hands on his knees, she delivered her verdict on the world that had made him. Earth must be a gentle place.
"It is," Sethi said when he had the breath. "We had to go looking for hard ones." The woman weighed that while she racked the pane. "You found one," she said, and the man at the racks laughed the low chest laugh and handed him the next pane anyway, which he understood to be an honor, and nearly was flattened by it. The field they were stripping stood high on the hill, its glass coming off in sheets, and he asked what had happened to it. "Gave up in my mother's time," she said, flat as a weather report. "We have moved the beds twice since." And she went on up the slope for the next load, and that was all the elegy the high field got. The children found him the first afternoon, and never entirely gave him back. They trailed at a distance that halved by the day, broad, deliberate little copies of their parents, wide, dark eyes under wool caps, until a girl of maybe 6 crossed the whole lane on a dare, laid one finger on his sleeve, and ran. After that, he belonged to them.
They wanted his slate, his boots, the gray in his beard, the up and down of his voice. On the second day it rained, cold and sidelong, and the work went on in it, and so did the children.
Tekka arrived with the children and stayed when they went. A youth of about 20, all shoulders and unfinished edges, he appointed himself Sethi's guide without a vote being taken, walked him to the waterworks and the kiln and the long barn, asked 400 questions about Earth, answered 500 about Austri, and on the second evening, for half the town, performed an impression of Sethi's speech, quick and high and running, a bird being argued with by another bird. The town laughed from the chest, all of it together, and Sethi laughed until he had to sit down on the wall. He spoke slower after that, and was glad of the lesson. Twice, walking, he caught Tekka's eyes go up a habit, quick, to the sky, and back. The glance an Earth-child keeps for a busy road. Sethi asked nothing about it yet. "Is it true," Tekka said, on the walk back from the kiln, "that a man on Earth can walk all day and not tire?" "Depends on the man. Our world holds you lighter, that's true. You'd bounce." Tekka looked down at his own hands, delight and suspicion fighting it out for his face. "I would be strong there."
"Strongest man in the town," Sethi said, and meant it, and Tekka walked the rest of the lane like a man trying out a rumor about himself. Dawes lasted a day and a half as security detail before the idleness beat him. By the second afternoon he was flat on his back under the waterworks, with 3 Ferren crouched around him handing him tools, and his voice came up out of the pit with the pump's whole biography. "This pump is older than I am, better maintained, too." At the evening meal he ate what was put in front of him, dense dark bread, roots out of the glass beds, a fermented something he drank with the face of a man doing his duty, and slid the jug along to Sethi. "Eat what they give you and don't ask what it was. That's the whole of diplomacy, and it's an order." They fed the road makers without making an occasion of it, which was its own courtesy, and the low voices went along the table in that under-the-hill register until the words blurred into the warmth. At night, in the Lent house, Sethi wrote vocabulary by the stove until the cold took his fingers. The road did everything here. The kindred had fallen off the road. Earth had opened the road. Trouble came down the road. He wrote that. He wrote kinship terms and weather terms, of which there were a great many, and the word for the red noon, which was Old English gone strange. And he was as happy at the work as he had ever been at anything, and he checked the happiness twice a day, a man minding a fire he did not fully trust. On the third evening, Odai came to the Lent house and stood in the doorway with the night behind him. "Tomorrow, if you will walk," he said, "we will show you the kindred." Around the stove nobody spoke for a moment. Even Tekka, who had opinions on everything, looked into the fire. The ship lay half a day up the valley, along the line she had cut coming down. The turf had taken her hull as it had taken the houses, so that from the last rise she read as a long dark barrow with a spine, and the spine stood bare. 100 meters of her old dorsal frame had been kept clear of growth for 5 generations, scoured and patched, plates over plates, and at its head stood the mast they had crossed 17 days of road to answer. Noon hung over the valley, dull enough that the mast threw only half a shadow. The hold had been a meeting hall longer than it had ever been a hold. Candle soot ran up the frames, benches stood in rows on the old cargo deck, and on the walls, cut into the metal, were names, column after column of them, the earliest small and neat and shallow, the latest still bright, 5 generations of a people keeping its own manifest. The keeper of the records met them among her shelves. Vessa, Odai named her, and stood back, a woman as precise as Vale, if Vale had been built to carry plows, with paper ledgers wrapped in oiled cloth ranked behind her, and behind actual glass, with an actual lock, a rack of the kindred's node cores. Sethi kept his hands clasped behind his back the whole visit, and asked before he so much as leaned toward a shelf. "The sky," Vessa said, when he asked what the ledgers held, "every clear night since landfall, my grandmother's tables, and her grandmother's, and the ship's own logs under seal." Her chin came up a degree, and the look she gave him invited him, courteously, to try asking for them. "The ship's own logs, under seal, could you ever—" The want was in his voice before he had decided to let it be, and he shut his mouth on the rest, and asked her something else instead. "What would you want of Earth's records?" Vessa blinked, which he suspected she did not often do. "The sky from your side," she said at last, "the same nights, seen from the far end of the road, if such a thing is kept." "It's kept." "Then we may have something to say to each other," Vessa said, and turned back to her shelves, and that was the warmest thing anyone had said to him all week, including the woman who had called Earth gentle. A man was waiting by the hall door as they came out of the shelves, built like the door itself, and he did not offer a hand. "Marrow," Odai said, and nothing else. "So the mast worked," Marrow said. Nothing in it was congratulation. His eyes went over Sedithi as the stocky woman's had gone over the sky. "Odai will tell you the calling was wisdom. Ask him what else may have heard it." He held Sedithi's look for a breath, and then he was gone into the red noon, and Odai watched him go without anger. Marrow wanted the mast darkened. He has wanted it dark for years. He is not wrong to want it, and I am not wrong to keep it speaking. A town is both of us. Under the names, on a shelf of its own, a hand-sized speaker grill stood wired into the old spine, and out of it, low, on a loop, came a voice. Sedithi knew the voice before he knew why he knew it. Vale had pulled 4 years of that voice out of the Dawnward's receiver archives on the way in, worn to threads, half-syllables riding the floor of the mast's hearing, logged as error and shrugged off as heat, and he had listened to the threads more times than he had told anybody. Here it was whole. An old woman, saying the thing plainly, so that plainness would carry. "To whoever opened the road, we are still here." His mouth moved with it. He knew the small catch before still. He knew the worn place where the wave had thinned. His scalp tightened and his eyes stung, and for a moment he did not trust his voice, so he stood in the hall of names with the old woman's words going out through him like weather through glass. The loop turned over. A second voice came on, a man's, deep, with less gray in it than the man standing beside him, and Sethi placed it in one breath. "If this reaches Earth, do not open the road wider." "Whose voice?" he asked of the first, when he could. "My mother's mother, speaker before me. She spoke it to the mast when I was a boy, and told it to keep saying so until somebody came." He looked at the grill while it worked through her words again. "She is 40 years in the hill." "And the second voice?" "Mine, later." "You called us," Sethi said, "and warned us in one breath." "Both are true," Odai said. Sethi set the next question down like something that might be primed. "Warn us of what?" Odai took his time. His eyes went up, along the spine, to where the mast stood over the turf. My mother's mother watched the sky all her life and wrote what she saw. The old ones say the going out follows the road. His voice stayed level as a floor. Say it is a saying, the sky does not care what we call it. Dawes had gone very still by the benches. Sethi heard his own next words arrive before he had approved any of them. We heard her, he said, before the road opened, 4 years before, on a receiver pointed to nothing, and nobody aboard can tell me how. Odai took it in and gave nothing back. For a long moment he looked at the grill, and the grill said nothing but what it always said. Her mother told her that a word with enough want behind it goes out before it is spoken, he said. We wrote that down as an old woman's comfort. Now a road-maker stands in her hall and tells me it reached him down a road that was not open.
Nobody offered anything better. Behind them the old woman said it again to whoever opened the road, and the 4 of them let her finish. On the 24th day, their last before the rotation, the boat came over early. Loke had kept the ship's people to a trickle all week, Sethi's rule, agreed without argument, few hands, open hands. But the trickle was widening, and the next boat would bring the first survey teams down to stay. This one was only stores, come in high on a line nobody had flown before, dodging weather over the massif, a spark of caught sunlight crossing the deep red of the evening sky. The first sign was not the boat. The first sign was the town. A child at the lane's end went still, looking up. Then a low 2-note whistle, mouth to mouth down the lane, no bell, nothing that would carry past the valley. And the warming pots along the glass beds were capped, and the shutters came over, and the lane emptied, quick, without hurry, a boy walking the goats in at a pace that was neither dawdle nor run, and doors closed that were turf when they shut, and the town was stone and shadow and nothing else. Sethi and Dawes stood alone in the middle of it, like furniture nobody had a plan for. In a cellar slit beside the long barn, at ground level, a small face watched them with wide, dark eyes, and did not come out.
Under a minute, Dawes said. He was not smiling. The whole town. I've seen trained units do it worse. Sadie stood in the empty lane and read the town again. Houses shoulder-deep in the hill, glass kept low on the slope, fires that died at a word, doors that were hillside when they shut. Warmth, he had thought on the first day. Warmth was half of it. Up the lane, a single long note sounded. The doors opened, the shutters came back. The children poured up out of the ground, arguing about whose fault something was, and the town returned to the red evening as though it had never been anywhere else. Odai came down the lane at his own pace and stopped in front of them. "Your boat," he said. Not a question, and not an accusation either. "It flew a line you hadn't seen. That's ours to fix." Sadie kept his voice as steady as Odai's own. "Before we fly anything again, you'll know the line first." Odai nodded once, as though that settled the matter of Earth. Then Sadie asked the question he had been carrying, unasked, for 6 days. Who taught the town that? Not us. Odai looked at the sky for a while before he answered. The habit Tekka had, grown old. 3 times in my life ships have come down the road that were not asked for and were not Earth's, he said. The first took the winter store. The second took the tools out of the long barn. The third time 2 of the young stood where they should not have stood.
He said it the way the woman at the panes had said the high field gave up, and it went through Sati like the cold off the river. Since then, we go under stone. And us, the first day, you stood in the open and waited. You we feared for a day, Odai said. You do not go under stone from a thing you have spent your life calling. You stand in the lane and you hope, and you keep the children behind you. He turned his head and looked at Sati directly, wide dark eyes in the failing light. The ships we have feared for 20 years. Fear is also a kind of knowledge, roadmaker. Ours is that the road brings worse than earth. The sun went down toward the ridge while they stood there, and Sati looked at it, looked straight at it, something he had caught himself doing all week and never once been punished for. It sat huge and dull and red on the stone, and its rim burned unevenly, a coal guttering in a grate. My mother's mother could not do that, Odai said, watching him look. It is in her tables that the sun of this place could not be looked at, and the children must be taught not to try. He looked at it himself, bare-eyed, the red of it lying along the slate of his face. Nobody teaches that now. There is no need.
The sky has been going out since our grandparents. Down the lane the children had come up onto the wall to watch the sunset, the whole small row of them, bare-faced in the red, and it cost them nothing at all. Sethi took out his slate to log the light, and put it away again without writing anything, and stood with the speaker in the cold until the sun was gone. Chapter 5. Best Thing That Ever Happened. Ostry weighed more than the simulator had said it would, and the light was wrong in a way no briefing slide had managed to carry, and Wells came down the shuttle ramp into both at once and stopped on the last tread because the sun was up, and the sun was red, and under it a field of human beings who had never seen Earth were bringing in a harvest ahead of weather. That was the part no slide could do. People. Broad through the chest, deliberate, each movement placed like a boot on ice you trust, skin with a dusty slate cast that went warm in the red, eyes wide and dark, made for this dimness. Hers were not. A woman passed the foot of the ramp with a sheaf on her back and gave Wells a nod, courteous, brief, precisely the nod she would have given anyone, and went on between the drying racks, and Wells stood in the drag of the gravity with her kit bag cutting into her shoulder, and made herself keep moving, because the alternative was to stand there until somebody had to come and fetch her. "Breathe," Sethi said from the bottom of the ramp. 6 days on the surface, and he wore the place like he wore everything, gladly. The air's thinner than the weight lets on. 2 rules. Don't point at the sun. Not rude, exactly, just not done. And when they offer you the sour tea, drink it. It's an honor, and it's terrible. Is it true they built the town out of the ship? The oldest parts. His whole face was alight, and he made no effort about it. 5 generations, Wells. They came down with a broken ship and a seed store, and they're farming. Sethi said farming, like other men said rich. Go on. Silva's been asking for you since yesterday. Plant house, follow the cables. Everything here follows the cables. She followed the cables. They ran shoulder high on timber poles, sheathed in woven fiber and lacquered dark, swagged with the exact economy of people who had measured every meter, because every meter had to be argued out of a store's ledger, 5 generations deep. The town under them was stone and turf, and here and there, set into the walls like saints in an old church, panels of ship plate with the shine worn down to gray. Children went by at a run, heavier boned than earth children,
laughing in low voices, and one of them turned and walked backwards to stare at her, and she stared back, and the child grinned, and something in Wells's chest lifted and did not come down all day. The plant house stood at the town's center, and it was the oldest ground she had walked since landing. Walls of hull section, roof beams that had been deck frames, and in the middle of it, humming on a bed of dressed stone, the Kindred's power cell. Squat, patched, older than everyone alive on the planet, still turning out current for a town that had planned its whole shape around the reach of that hum. Silva was on his knees in front of a transformer the size of a stove, and he did not say hello.
"Look at this." He had the inspection plate off and a hand lamp turned down to amber. All the survey lamps on the surface detail had gone amber, she would learn, because Silva had re-rigged them the first morning, after one look at what earth-white light did to Farron eyes. Hand-wound. Twice. You can read where they stripped it back and did it better. Lacquer's a grass oil, insulation's woven and waxed, and the loss numbers would embarrass half of Highreach. Tell me what's wrong with it. Wells crouched. The winding was patient, even, human, machine-regular and not machine-made. Nothing.
Correct. Nothing. No yard, no spares run, no fabricator, 5 generations, and nothing wrong with it. Silva sat back on his heels with the satisfaction of a man whose argument had just been won for him by the evidence. I'm walking this grid end to end and writing an honest survey. What they have, what it'll take, what it won't. When the captain asks me, can we help them, he's getting an answer that's true instead of kind. That's my job this week. Yours, he stood, joints cracking, and pointed the lamp at the far door, is the south feed. The pump governor hunts. Been hunting since their spring, the plant keeper tells me. Find out why. And Wells, don't fix anything until you can tell me why it's built the way it's built. Understood. It isn't yet, Silva said, going back to his winding. You get Tekka. He stood in that doorway 2 days deciding about us. He knows where everything is, and he'll tell you what he thinks of your tools. The youth in the doorway was her own age, near enough, broad, dark-eyed, chin up, with a wooden-handled key hanging at his belt on a loop worn shiny. He looked at her survey kit for a long moment, and then at her. Tekka, he said. Wells. He kept 3 paces between them the whole way to the pump house, and answered her first 11 questions in words of 1 syllable, and the 12th, who taught you the grid, with a look that put her, politely, back on her side of the 3 paces. Delighted and frightened was what it read as, in about equal measure, and Wells knew the mixture from the inside, and let the silence be. The governor hunted, just as advertised, a slow, wallowing swing around its speed, the flywheel breathing heavy in the amber dark. She put her hands on the casing the way Silva put his hands on things, and grinned at it like an idiot, and caught Tekka catching her at it. It is a governor, Tekka said. It is not funny. It's my first one, on my first world, and made a start on being wrong. The South Pump House went quiet at mid-morning on her second day, and it was her doing. The fault had come apart in her hands like a good exam question. The governor's linkage was slack, response set mushy, the swing wandering whole turns around the mark. Academy Spec put a number on that swing, and Wells trimmed the linkage to the number. Beautiful, tight, textbook. And the governor ran sweet and level for 1 hour, which was as long as it took the kiln bank to come on at its scheduled firing and drop onto the feed like a cliff. The tightened governor fought the surge instead of breathing with it. Overspeed trip. The pump house went dark, and then the kiln house, and a bell she had never intended to hear started ringing somewhere with intent.
"The couplings," Wells said, and stopped herself, because it was not the coupling. Tekka crossed his 3 paces for the first time. He backed her linkage off with the wooden-handled key, his grandmother's key, she would learn, though she did not know it yet, leaned on the reset until the flywheel took, and then stood with 2 fingers against the casing, ear-tipped, letting the swing come back. It wallowed. He did nothing about it. It wallowed less.
"It is old," Tekka said. "You tied it down. It cannot be tied. You let it swing wide, and it comes back on its own." He took his fingers off the casing. "That is the fix. The fix is nothing. I made it worse by making it right. Yes." And then Tekka laughed, the first sound out of him that wasn't rationed, a low, delighted rolling thing at odds with everything rationed about him. "Your face, when the bell—" He did her face, appalled and blinking, devastatingly accurate, and did it again for the 2 Ferren who had come at a run from the kiln house, and they laughed too, low and easy, and the bell stopped, and that, it turned out, was the whole of the penalty, her face, twice, in front of witnesses. Silva turned up as the pumps came back, took one look at the trip flags, and did not ask what happened. He asked, "Why is it built slack, Wells?" "Because the loads come in cliffs." Her ears were hot. "The kilns fire on a schedule, the pumps rest on a schedule, the whole grid moves in steps, and the flywheel's heavy because it has to eat the steps. The slack isn't sloppiness, it's the tolerance the machine needs to live here. You told me not to fix anything till I could say that, and I fixed it first."
"You did." Nothing in his voice hit any harder than the facts. "Cheapest lesson this grid will ever sell you. Log it honest." And he was already turning away to his survey, one hand up in passing to the kiln crew, an apology, engineer to engineers, on behalf of his apprentice. And that was all. And somehow it was the all of it that made her stand very straight and want, fiercely, to be worth his trouble. After that, the days ran together. She learned the grid the Ferren way, which was Tekka's way. Hands and ears first, numbers after. The numbers kept in a canvas book instead of a slate. She learned that the wooden-handled key had names cut into the handle. Each one struck through except the last, and did not ask, yet. She learned that the town banked its power at dusk like a fire, that the mill could either grind or the cold store could chill, but not both, that every child on Ostrich could splice cable by 10 and name the loads by 12. Tekka, in exchange, wanted Earth, not politely, not generally, but exactly. How many ships? How high was Highreach? Was it true the sky over Earth was so full of traffic it moved like water? What did the sea weigh? The sea itself. When it comes at the land, what does it weigh? And Wells answered everything she could, and invented nothing, because he checked. He always checked. "Easy as breathing," she said, one afternoon of a splice. Tekka considered it. "Breathing is not easy here," he said, and it took her the length of the splice to be sure he had made a joke, and the grin he wore when she caught it was the grin of a man who could wait all day for a wire to warm. On the 4th day, she stood with Silva on the plant house roof while he sighted along his cable runs and did the arithmetic out loud because it had been doing itself in her chest for 2 days. 4 days, she said. 4 days of shop time on the Dawnward, and we could fabricate every spare on your list. A seam tap the size of that table would carry this grid twice over. Their store's ledger is 5 generations of arguing over cable, and we could end the argument before the next winter. We can help them, actually help. Isn't this
and the rest of it came up in her like the harvest light. Isn't this the whole point of us? The best thing the abundance is for? Silva went on sighting along his run for a moment.
"Aye," he said, "and if we do it stupid, we'll kill in a year what they've kept alive for 5 generations. You bolt plenty onto a thing built for want without understanding the thing, and you don't get a rich grid, you get a dead craft and a dependency. So, survey first, then help, proper, match to what's here, built so their grandchildren can wind it by hand." He shut his sight glass. "But aye, Wells, we can help them. First honest yes I've written all week." And he went down the ladder whistling terribly some march she didn't know, and traded his flask of home brew to the plant keeper that evening for a jar of the kiln cruise, and each man tried the others and pronounced it worse than his own, and the two of 'em stood there in the red dusk entirely pleased, 2 engineers agreeing across 120 years of divergence that the drink was foul and the company wasn't.
It was Tekka who put the title on it. They were coiling cable at shift's end, and he said, without preamble, in that formal way that meant he was carrying someone else's words with care, "Odai says the roadmakers may be the best thing that has ever happened to us." A pause, exactly long enough to be deliberate. Morrow says the same sentence. It comes out of him different. And Wells, who had been about to say the same sentence about Ostry, about the red light and the slack governor and the laughing in low voices, kept it, for once, behind her teeth. On the 5th evening, Tekka took her up the pump-house roof to see the dark come in. Off shift, the town below them, banking its power like a fire. Dusk going down through colors Earth didn't have in this order. And then the sky arrived. And Wells stopped hearing whatever she had been saying. The Reach's whole strange field of stars stood over Ostry, dense and cold and unfamiliar, and no simulator had come near this either. And she lay back on the still warm turf of the roof, with the gravity pressing her comfortably down into a world that had grown people while nobody was looking, and she let out a breath she had been holding, it seemed to her, since Highreach. "Say the thing," Tekka said. He was sitting up, arms on his knees. "You are always about to say a thing. It is like watching a kettle." "I used to want people to see me being good at this more than I wanted to be good at it." The sky made it easy to say. "Don't tell Silva." "Silva knows," Tekka said, with the low rolling laugh, and let a while go by, and then lifted his chin at the sky, casual, the same voice he used for the kiln schedule. "There, between the 2 bright ones. My grandmother's book has a star there. She counted it every clear night of her life. It was gone before I was born." Wells lay still. Between the 2 bright ones there was nothing at all. Clean, starless dark. Ordinary as a missing tooth is ordinary to the mouth that has stopped feeling the gap. Gone how? The going out happened to it, flat as weather. He was not performing anything. That was what came up her spine. A star had stood over her grandmother's whole life and gone out of the sky like a lamp, and the town had a word for it the way towns have a word for frost. There are others. The book marks them. Grandmother said the sky was fuller when she was small, and her grandmother said the same to her. He turned and considered Wells with those wide dark eyes that missed nothing in the dimness. "Do your stars go out?" "Stars die everywhere." She had the sentence ready, the true and useless sentence, eons and averages, the one any Academy graduate would give. And it stopped in her throat,
because between the two bright ones there was that clean, dark gap, and a woman had counted it burning, and the woman's grandson was sitting beside her on a warm roof, asking, as if he were asking, about the sea. "Not like this," Wells said. Not like this." Within tolerance. She had written that once already, on her first day aboard, over a warmth and a mast that had spent 4 years being logged as noise, and the noise had been a voice, and the voice had been this world. The cold went up her back and sat at the base of her skull, companionable, and stayed while the red-black night came on, and Tekka named her the loads coming off the grid below them, light by light. "The book," she said at last. "Your grandmother's. Who keeps it?" "Vesa keeps everything," Tekka said.
The record house was ship plate to the eaves, hull sections cut and set into stone, the oldest metal on the world, worn inside to the soft gray of a much-handled coin. It was dim and dry and quiet, and shelved floor to roof with books, hand-sewn, cloth-bound, spine after spine after spine, 5 generations deep. On a stand by the single lamp sat a sealed ship's case with the Kindred's registry still legible on the lid. "Hands washed," Vesa said, by way of good morning. "Nothing leaves the table." The keeper of the records was ink-stained to the second knuckle and wore a magnifier on a cord, and she opened the day's business by opening a book, dated columns in a ruled hand, night after night, sky after sky, and setting it in front of Wells without a word. Wells read. Position, brightness, weather, a margin in a smaller hand, cloud from the south by midnight, the crossing stars clear, a sun born in the lower house. Night after night, a whole life of looking up and writing down, and in the columns, here and there, an entry struck through with a single line and a date, and no entry for that star again, ever. "Tekka sent you," Vesa said, "for his grandmother's book. He tells me your ship has a counter, a woman who reads the sky as a record and cannot leave a wrong number alone." "Well, yes, if she could—" And Wells, being Wells, said the wrong thing at full speed. "Our equipment could image every page in an hour. You'd lose nothing—" "Lose." Vesa closed the book. The lamp fizzed gently in the quiet. Wells stood in it and knew, with the lurch of a step gone from under her foot, that she had just been the roadmaker Mara warned everyone about. "This hand," Vesa said, laying 2 ink-dark fingers flat on the cover, "is Tekka's grandmother, who counted from that roof for 60 years. This one, the next book along, is a man who climbed to the count on 2 sticks when he could no longer walk to the fields, because the sky was the work he had left. These are not data. They are my people, kept. You will not strip out the names and take away the numbers." "Then don't give me the numbers. Give me the people." Vesa's magnifier came up, and the wide dark eyes behind it revised her, the same look Vale had given her once against a blank edge of map. "Say what you came to say." So Wells said it a beat early and too honest, all in one go. The mast with the warm aft quarter. 4 years of Tech's writing noise. Her own first day, her own hand, within tolerance, over a voice that had crossed the dark from this world's beacon and been logged against the array. "I have already called your people noise once," she said. "Once is enough for a lifetime. Something is wrong with your sky. You've known it longer than anyone.
You have it in columns, and my ship has the one person alive who can read those columns against another sky and make them impossible to shrug away. Vale found 3 errors in my first report and thanked me for owning the worst one. She reads numbers the way you keep them. Lend her the books, and nobody will ever write within tolerance over Ostry again. Vale stood at the shelf a long while, her back to the lamp.
Uday speaks for the living, she said at last. The books are the dead's, and the dead are mine. He cannot lend them, and he cannot stop me. She turned. All my life I have kept account I cannot check against anything, 60 years of numbers, and no other sky to hold them to. Your counter has a sky I have never seen. One ink-dark hand came to rest, briefly, on the grandmother's book, and then Vesa lifted it and set it in Wells's hands, cover up, like something between a loan and a christening. They come back whole. They are read whole. The weather, the sun's born, the names, not mind. And your counter answers in the margin, in her own hand. It comes home with more in it than it went out with. Those are the terms. I give you my word. You give me Vale's, Vesa said. Yours I have watched for 6 days. It will do. And then, before Wells had finished going hot to the ears, the keeper crossed to the stand and did the thing Wells had not dared to ask. She unsealed the ship's case, checked its cores with a practiced turn of thumb, and closed it again and pushed it across the table. The kindred's logs, the ship's own memory, node sealed since landfall, never once out of this room. Your people trust a machine's word over a woman's hand, Vesa said, dry as the room. Take both. Whichever they believe, the count is the same. Wells signed for them as cargo, and then did not treat them as cargo. The case rode lashed at her knees the whole lift, one hand flat on the lid through every shudder of the climb. And Ostry fell away red gold under the shuttle, the fields, the cable runs, the pump house roof, 6 days that had rearranged what she wanted from her one life. And she did not stop touching the case until the Dawnward took them back into Earthlight and the smell of hot metal and coffee. Vale was in cartography, where Vale always was, 3 displays deep in the Reach's wrong sky. The Farron records, Wells said, observations, 5 generations, hand-kept, nightly columns. There are struck-through stars in there with dates on them, ma'am, and she set the ship's case on the chart table and had the satisfaction, rare as it was, of watching Nora Vale stop working. The kindred's own logs, node sealed at landfall, provenance all the way down. Vale looked at the case for a moment. When she reached for it, her hand slowed the last inch before it touched the lid. Terms, Wells said. They come back whole, they're read whole, names, weather, everything, not stripped for numbers. And you answer in the margins, in your own hand. That one's not negotiable. I watched her decide it. Margins, Vale said. In hand. She waited precisely as long as she weighed any number she intended to keep. Agreed. Then the cartographer swept the near table clear with one arm, the instruments silver-ribbed her about, the slates, all of it, hooked the second chair out with her boot, and turned the lamp up to earth white over the grandmother's book. Sit down, Vale said. Start with the grandmother. Chapter 6. Too Many Dead Stars. The 4th dead star of the survey came up as an absence with gravity, a mass the arrays could feel, and no light and no spectral line anywhere to go with it. Not a dark cloud drawn across a living star, a cold remnant, its own fire spent. Vale gave it a catalog number, logged the mass and the nothing, and went back to the living sky. There was a great deal of living sky. 3 days out from Austri, the Dawnward was working the inner shell of the Sable Reach at survey pace, a long, patient spiral with seed nodes dropping astern like buoys down a channel, and every few hours another node woke and another wedge of the reach resolved onto the ledger and held. Nobody had ever measured any of it. That was most of the job and all of the joy. Every mark Vale set was the first mark ever set there, and every mark held, provable, unforgeable, hers for a breath and then everybody's forever. Cartographers spent whole careers resurveying skies that 6 generations had already measured to boredom. Vale had a virgin reach, instruments she had tuned herself, and a captain who let her work. If she had been a different woman, she would have sung.
Somewhere astern, a month's sailing behind them and no distance at all on the network, the new marks were resolving on the public plates at Highreach, gold arriving out of a blank edge of the map, and some child at a rail was tugging a father's sleeve to point at a sky no one had owned yesterday. Vale thought about that more than she would have admitted to anyone aboard. Wells ran the reduction queue at her elbow, quick and hungry, and one question over the line, always. "Why a third pass?" the junior asked on the second morning. "The second's already inside error." "The second pass gives you the answer," Vale said. "The third tells you whether to believe it." "What's the fourth for?" "People who don't trust the third. Run your cue." Wells was good, was the inconvenient thing. Clean hands on the data, honest error bars, and an appetite that kept catching Vale like a draft from a door she'd shut years ago. Twice that week, Vale caught herself explaining calibration philosophy she would have told a colleague to go and look up, because the cue could wait, and Wells listened with her whole face. Both times she stopped a sentence too late and didn't much mind. The 5th dead star came up on the second evening, far out on the shell. An occultation first, a wink where the chart wanted steady light. Then the gravimetric pass confirming the mass beneath the dark. Wells sat with the return a while. "Do we name them?" she asked. "The dead ones?" "They had names," Vale said, "before we got here. We just haven't been told." "That is the least comforting thing anyone said to me on this ship." "Then nobody's trying." The drift passes were the good ones. Twice a week, Silva cut the drive to nothing, and the Dawnward went silent end to end, and in that silence the deep field opened like a pupil in the dark. On the 3rd day's pass, in a fold of dust 2 light months long, the arrays resolved a point of warmth that was not a dead star, and Vale pulled the raw feed and sat forward, and for a while logged nothing at all. A star was being born in there, 1,000,000 years old, give or take, an ember still wrapped in the cloud it was condensing out of, deep red, with the flat, bright ring of a disk around it that would one day be worlds. First light, arriving first of all, before anyone, before anything with eyes, at her mast. Vale put it on the main plate and adjusted nothing. "Wells, leave the queue." The junior came over mid-sentence, started to ask what she was looking at, and then stopped and got there on her own, which Vale noted in her favor. "Nobody's ever seen this," Wells said. "No one. Anywhere." The warmth went through Vale before she thought to stop it, all the way through, the way it did perhaps twice in a good year, when the sky handed you something for free. It's ours for about an hour. Then it goes on the ledger and belongs to everyone who ever looks up. They watched it, the junior and the cartographer, in a silence with no rank in it. "You told me to ask you in a month. It's been a month." "So it has." "Best job alive?" "Yes," Vale said. Wells had the sense not to look over. She was learning. "Tell no one," Vale added, and sent her back to the queue. The sixth dead star came up that same evening, close under the nursery, a cold mass and a newborn in the one field of view, which Vale elected not to read as commentary. The seventh came on the fourth day, and the seventh itched because it took the count past what the population models would carry. 3, said the models, for a shell that size and a sky that color. 4 at the outside. She had 7, which, on its own, meant only that the models were wrong, and models usually were. Correcting them was what a first census was for. Vale gave the dead their own page anyway, off the main chart, and was surprised to catch herself sorry to need it. Engineering smelled of hot coolant and pepper. The pepper was Silver's brew, stewing in its corner urn like an industrial process, and the chief engineer had the number 2 feed pump open on the bench, with its internals laid out in rows, the cleanest square meter on the ship. "Before you ask," Silva said, without looking up, "the answer's still 2. "I haven't asked anything. You've walked in here with a slate and your bargaining face. You want more drift passes. Engines off, ship like a church, your arrays purring in the dark, and every one of them costs me a cold restart on a drive that's been run past her comfort since Highreach. Somebody moved my window. I never got it back. The coils are past interval, and this pump has died twice since Ostry." He turned a vane in the light and set it down in its row. "I keep bringing her back. Nobody gives me a catalog number." Vale laughed, one short syllable that surprised them both. Silva looked as pleased as if a part had come off back order. 4 passes, she said. 2. Your restarts are cheap. My resolution isn't. Your resolution's a luxury. My restarts are a mortgage." He wiped his hands on a rag that had long since changed sides. "We're a survey ship. I say it every week, and every week somebody asks her to be some other ship. 2, medium pause, and I'll strip your array bus down and clean the feed myself, so your 2 do the work of 4. That was Silva's way of ending an argument, a refusal with a gift inside it. He poured her a mug of the brew unasked, which aboard the Dawnward was an honor with consequences. Vale drank some. "It's worse than last time. It's the same batch. Then it's aging into something new. Everything on this ship is." He tipped his chin at her slate. "What's out there that's worth my mortgage? Dead stars, too many of 'em. How many's too many? 7, where the models carry 3. Huh." Silva picked the vane back up, turned it over, put it down. "My mast read high for 4 years, and every tech who ever looked at it wrote the array and went to dinner. Turned out to be people. I remember. I was standing there. I'm only saying." "Saying what?" "That I've gone off within tolerance," Silva said, "as a sentence." Vale took her mug and her 2 passes to the hatch. "Keep her alive, Silva. Keep her interested. She sulks when the sky's boring." He was back inside the pump before the hatch closed. The 6th night out, ship's midnight. The cartography bay ran dark but for the chart. Silva had stripped the array bus that afternoon without mentioning it. The drift feed was coming in 2 points cleaner than his promise. It was what he did instead of saying things. The 8th and 9th dead stars had come up on the 5th day, and the 10th that morning, out along the shell's cold rim, and the page Vale kept for them had stopped being a curiosity and become a document. The Farron record sat on the second bench where Wells had carried them up from Austria, a sealed core holding the kindred's node logs and Vessa's charts, hand-inked skies on pressed leaf paper, copies of copies of copies, careful as scripture. "These are our memory," Vessa had said in the record's house, with the red evening coming through the shutters, keeper of the sky, to the woman she had decided was another one. Read them like memory, not like cargo. Vale had read them like both, which was the trouble.
Vessa's grandmother had drawn the winter sky with the discipline any survey school would have claimed for its own. Reference marks, repeated observations, marginal corrections in a smaller, humbler hand. Over the shoulder of the constellation the Farron called the Plowman, she had set the bright star she used to check her own drawing scale, a fixed point to true the rest against. Vale's survey read that star cold, not faint, not far, cold, a dark mass with no fire left in it, logged from orbit over the grandmother's own world. Stars did not do that, not in 2 lifetimes, not in 200. And the kindred's logs, the arrival fix the colony ship had shot on her way down to Austria 5 generations back, took its bearings from 3 bright stars. 2 of the 3 were on Vale's page of the dead. So she built the case against herself, because that was the job. Item: a folk sky is a remembered sky. Copies of copies, projections skewed by love. A steady hand is no defense against a remembering one. A scale star can be mislabeled once and stay mislabeled for 60 years, faithfully.
Item: the kindred's logs were authenticated, unforgeable, untampered. She had verified the chain herself, and it was beautiful work for a dying ship. But the kindred's clock had run alone for 120 years, provably honest and anchored to nothing. Until Vale could calibrate that lonely time base against the networks, 5 generations back was a phrase, not a measurement. Item, and this was the strong one, nobody had ever counted this sky. The Reach's old catalog was not a list of stars, it was a smear of expectation, assembled from outside, at range, out of light that had left here before the kindred was ever lost. From out there, a cold, dark mass could no more be seen than a closed book could be read through its spine. Dead stars were precisely what the old surveys could never have found, and precisely what a ship inside the shell, flying quiet gravimetric passes, would find first and find best. The first honest census of any old sky should turn up more dead than the models carried, because the models were built out of the missing. She wasn't uncovering a wrongness, she was correcting a blindness. That was all this was.
It held. She went at it from 3 sides, and it held from every one of them. And it would carry the next shell's numbers too, whatever they were, because that was what a good explanation did. Under it, faint, the beacon's warning turned over, "Do not open the road wider." 5 generations of frightened people watching what they called the going out climb their winter sky, and reaching, the way frightened people always have, for the newest thing in the sky to blame. Comets and plagues, roads and dying suns. Grief drew maps like that. It was not cartography, and Vale declined to make it hers. Vale wrote the weak summary for Locke, with the drift feed pouring in at her back. Cold remnant count exceeds catalog expectation, consistent with an evolved population at first census completeness. No mechanism proposed or required. Recommend continued census through the next shell, and appended the singletons, one under the next, the grandmother's scale star, the kindred's two bearing stars, the beacon's own identifier, a star burning bright in the kindred's embedded record and cold in her survey. Unresolved pending time-based calibration. No mechanism proposed or required. Vale read the sentence back 3 times. It was true the way within tolerance had been true on Silva's mast for 4 years. Every word defensible, and all of it a door being quietly closed. She knew the sound of that door. She had written the sentence herself, in other skies, in other words, and she knew the price of the alternative. The last time she had refused to write it, for 8 months, in a smaller sky, over a smaller number, the refusing had cost her a mentor and then a marriage in that order, and the number had still been right. The summary went as written. It was the model that fit, and she'd have failed any student who brought her a stranger one on this much data. But she left the Dead Stars page open on the second plate, where she would see it every morning, and turned Vessa's charts face up before she dimmed the bay. The grandmother's winter sky, steady-handed, with its one cold witness over the plowman's shoulder. Locke read the summaries. Not skimmed, read. It was one of the ways the Dawnward's captain went on surprising her. 3 days after a report, he could quote its appendix, and on the 8th morning out from Austria, he had her in the forward office with coffee poured, before she was through the hatch, hers first, his own after. "Doctor," he said, which he called nobody else aboard. "Captain." The desk was a desk in use. Hall spec on one plate, her summary on the other, open at the appendix. Locke sat with his chair turned sideways to fit his knees somewhere and read the last line again. 10 dead stars, he said, where your models carry 3. 11, one more resolved overnight. Locke looked at the number a moment. And the answer is the sky is old, and we're the first to count it honestly. It's the model that fits. What do you need? The next shell, same pattern, and the engine off passes, which cost Silva restarts, which means you'll be hearing from him. I've been hearing from him since Highreach. The easy grin came and went. Take your passes. Vale gathered her slate. Locke turned his chair back to the desk, and then didn't, quite. "One thing I keep snagging on," the captain said. "Your old sky. Does it cover their sun?" "Their sun. The Farron's guttering red over the records house, over the leaf paper charts, over Vessa's careful hands." "No," Vale said, because he'd earned the straight version. 11 dead stars is a statistic. Their sun is a patient, sick now, failing on a clock a doctor could read. The census can be ancient history. Their sun can't. Different problems. 2 problems, Locke said, mildly, in the one sky. Coincidence isn't a flaw in the data, Captain. Most of any sky is coincidence. He had a shipwright's way of looking at a thing, as if given a week he could get his hands inside it. At the yards we had a rule. 2 failures in 1 week. You log 2 faults. You just don't get to act surprised later. I'll note it in the appendix, Vale said, dry, and Locke laughed, and her slate chimed before she reached the hatch. Overnight sweep, 3rd drift pass, 1 residual flagged for review, a point source with a proper motion no star could survive. Calibration, Vale thought, reflex arriving first, smooth with long use, a slipped node clock, a bad reference fix. She reran the solution where she stood, in the captain's doorway, pinning it to fresh marks, and the point took the correction and moved anyway. Between passes, against the frame, fast. Then the deep field caught, for 2 seconds together, the hot, thin line of a drive. "Captain," her survey voice, flat and exact. "Contact in the deep field, under power." Locke was already at the comm panel. "Bridge, Locke, Dawes." "Been watching it 8 minutes, Captain," the pilot's voice came back, level as a spirit gauge. "Small, quiet, no ledger mark on it anywhere, and when we adjusted course this morning, it changed its mind to match. Suggest we stop being fascinating." On the main plate, the Reach went on filling astern of them, gold mark after proven mark. 5 weeks of first light laid down where nothing had ever been written. Out beyond the last of the gold, in the black between 2 of her dead stars, a point came about, and steadied, and lay bow on to the Dawnward station-keeping, which nothing natural does. Chapter 7. Whose Flag? The second contact rose out of the sensor floor at the top of the middle watch. The third and fourth came up together inside the hour, and by the time the sixth was on the plot, Dawes had stopped pretending the first had ever been traveling alone. Dawes put all 6 on the main board and studied what they made. A line, not a huddle, not traffic strung out on errands of its own. A line, laid square across the Dawnward's outbound course at 19 light seconds, each hull spaced off the next like fence posts. While the plot refreshed, one of the far returns drifted maybe 40 kilometers out of true, then eased back with a burn so small and so exactly sufficient that the computer almost declined to log it. Miners straggled, convoys wallowed. Freebooters, in Dawes's experience, could no more keep formation for 6 hours than they could sing in key. These crews flew corrections in tenths of a meter a second, with nobody showing off, and that answered the only question worth getting a captain out of bed for. There was a fence across their road, and somebody had built it on purpose. Dawes made the call. Locke came forward with his shirt buttoned 1 hole wrong, Sethi behind him in a sleep shirt and uniform trousers, and the 2 of them stood over the plot while Dawes gave it up in order. 6 hulls. They came up over 4 hours, which means either they arrived over 4 hours or they let us find them over 4 hours, and I know where my money is. Range 19 light seconds, steady. Spacing tighter than my Academy class ever flew. And they're on our line, Captain, not near it, on it. Yesterday's contact, said Locke, now has 5 friends. Sethi bent over the plot, and even at that hour, even with that on the board, some of the light he carried got into his voice. The Farrens said raiders, but that's their word for what they've suffered. It tells us nothing about who these people are. 6 live crews, out here, in a reach the map calls empty. Captain, that's the 2nd people in this sky in a month. It's a fence, Dawes said. I'm not arguing they're not people. People build fences. That's the part I don't like. Options, Locke said. Ask them a question. Not on the comm, on the helm. Dawes pulled the course subplot round where they could both see it. I ease us 2 degrees to port and fly it like I mean it. Traffic minds its own business. A fence corrects. Locke studied the 6 pips a moment longer. Gently, he said. Dawes flew it the way he'd once flown past customs cutters in another life. Smooth, unhurried, a working ship trimming her line for reasons of her own, nothing in the maneuver worth a second look. Then he sat with his coffee going cold and gave the far halls time to disagree. 40 minutes later, the picket rotated. The whole line swung together, no hull leading another, and when it stopped, it lay square across the Dawnward's new course, spacing unchanged. Professional, Dawes said, mostly to the board. There's a drill book out there, and crews who've flown it till it bored them.
On the repeater by his elbow, the Dawnward's own flank rode in miniature Survey Blue, the registry, and beside the registry the flag of Earth, lit as every survey hall had worn it since the Mercer yards. "I'd douse the flag," Dawes said. "No," Locke said, and then gave him 3 reasons. They were a survey ship in the open, with nothing aboard worth lying about. A flag doused halfway through a reach reads like a flag that ought to be. And if those crews already knew what the Dawnward was, and station-keeping like that said they did, the flag told them nothing, while dousing it told them plenty. When Locke was sure of a thing, he gave you 1 reason or none. Dawes took the order and flew the ship. For the rest of the watch, he kept the filed line to the meter and let the far halls watch him do it. Silva ran him down in the mess the next evening with a deck of cards and a jug of the brew. "Ante," Silva said, dealing before anything had been agreed, which was how most things between them had gone for 30 years. The brew went into 2 cups that had long ago given up being any particular color. Dawes drank without flinching, which after 30 years was manners. 3 hands in, Silva squared his cards. "You're playing worse than usual." "I'm being polite." "You're counting drives," Silva discarded, drew, kept his face flat. 6 of them, and you've counted them 40 times since yesterday, and the number keeps coming up 6. So here's the state of her, since you're too well-mannered to ask me on the record." He laid the hand face down. "She'll sprint once. Full burn, call it 70 minutes, and then that mast starts working her spine like a crowbar. She's carrying a mast rated for a frame 2 sizes up, you know this. Past 70, I'm cutting the burn or cutting the mast, and there's no yard this side of the span, so whatever we spend out here stays spent. 1 sprint, Wade. Fly it like it's the only one you've got." "Because it is." "Your bet." He pushed 2 washers into the pot. They played a while in the easy quiet of men who had been losing money to each other since before either of them owned anything, and the ship ticked and settled around them, the noises a hull makes at night with its drives idling. "Tidy picket," Dawes said some hands later. "Very." Silva topped up the cups without being asked. "Last fence that tidy, we came out the far side at half a ship." "We did." "So the sprint's been warm since yesterday morning, in case you were building up to asking." "I was going to ask tomorrow." "You were going to ask never, and then yell for it when you wanted it inside a minute." Silva gathered the cards and shuffled, and his eyes came up once, brief and level. "Written to those grandkids of yours?" "It's a card night, not a will." "Ostry put me in mind of it. Kids underfoot everywhere down there." A shrug, the deck riffling. "Write them the weather, write them the cards, tell them the brew's improving." "They're children, Silva. I'm not going to lie to children." Silva laughed his short laugh, the one he was stingy with, and dealt. The overhead clicked. "Bridge to Dawes. The picket is moving. Single hull underway, inbound. Slow." Dawes drained the cup on his feet, which took commitment. "Deal me out." "The sprint's warm," Silva said to his back. "Go." The inbound hull took 31 hours to cross the gap, decelerating in plain sight the whole way. An approach flown the way a man walks up a long drive with his hands out from his sides, letting you count everything he isn't reaching for. By the last 1,000,000 kilometers, the cameras could read her seams. She was built out of 3 ships at least, a freight spine, a military bow, drive housings off something older than either, and the welds of the joins had gone the dull gray of old, sound work. Nothing bled. She carried gun mounts where a working ship would carry them, and not one more than the work required. Somebody had assembled her out of salvage and then kept her like she mattered.
That ship's older than me everywhere except where it counts, Dawes said. Somebody loves her. The hull took station 4,000 kilometers off the bow, matched the Dawnward's vector to a decimal, and hailed. The handshake came in clean survey standard protocol. Somebody over there had Earth's manuals. Then Locke accepted, and there was a face. The man on the screen was middle 50s, in a plain dark coat without insignia, seated in a compartment as bare as the coat. The face was human past any argument, long-boned, the eyes large and deep-set, made for dimmer light than Earth's, changes in the same family as the Farrens, and not quite the Farrens, and worn like weathering. The stillness was one Dawes knew. His old squadron leads had sat like that, men who had spent their scaring years long ago and kept the change. Survey vessel Dawnward, open reach registry, out of Highreach, the man said. Not a question, a reading back. Captain Aidan Locke, my name is Raid. The ships around you are Veray. Around you? Dawes kept his eyes on the helm plot and did the arithmetic there. 6 pips. Around was either loose language or exact language, and nothing else about the man was loose. Mr. Raid, Locke stood easy in the pickup's frame, hands behind him. You have me at a disadvantage. You know our registry. We don't know yours. No, Raid agreed, and moved on. You kept 12 days at the Cousin's World. You've been seeding your marks through the reach as you chart it. When the chart reaches Highreach, what does Earth do with it? Publishes it. Everything the survey makes is public. The chart, the marks, all of it. Open to anyone who can read a ledger, your people included. A pause. The cutter was close. There was no lag to blame it on. Yes, Raid said. Anyone. Satie, off pickup at the captain's shoulder, wrote 3 words on his slate and turned it. Locke was already there. Mr. Raid, we're a survey ship and I won't pretend otherwise, but that's not all we carry. Medicine, engineering, data. If your people have need, that's what the survey is for. It's not a maneuver, it's the mission. No. Without heat, without haste, a door shut, by a man who had shut it before the sentence finished. Then, you'd be surprised what we've learned to do without. While Raid spoke, Dawes flew and counted, and at one point in the middle of it, the man turned his head a fraction and said a single word to somebody below the pickup. Dawes put a clock on the far line, a habit older than the ship. Counting the light out and the light back, 6 crews obeyed the moment the word arrived. 6 drives lighting together, the whole fence easing onto a new bearing with no hull leading another. Whatever else the man on the screen was, 6 crews moved when he lowered his voice. One more thing, Captain, Raid said. You fly Earth's flag on your flank, lit, in a sky where nothing answers to it. Who is that for? It's who we are, Locke said. I know. Raid regarded him a moment. Keep it lit. My ships know that flag by shape. I would rather none of my captains ever had to guess. The words sat in the bridge like something with a pin pulled, and the man's voice never moved off level. You'll finish your near sweep, 3 days at your pace. Then you'll turn for the Cousin's World. When you do, keep your filed line. That corridor is used. A small nod, formal as a signature. Captain. The screen went dark. On the plot, the cutter came about and began her long run home, showing them her stern the whole way, as if the Dawnward were weather. Well, Dawes said, I like him. Locke turned from the dead screen. You like him? He did his homework. He never bluffed once, and he doesn't spend fuel on theater. Best news we've had all week? A man like that doesn't shoot you by accident. Dawes was already stripping the encounter out of the log while he talked, packaging the picket's rotation frame by frame. He shoots you on schedule. Sethi. Everything on that maneuver goes to Vale Suite. He turned his whole line, made call, because he wanted us to see the drill. Be rude not to study it.
They argued it that evening in the chart room aft of the bridge. The reach spread across the table plot, Austrey's amber mark, the sweep line, the 6 pips of the picket lying across the dark like stitches. He came himself, Sethi said, 31 hours each way to look at us with his own eyes. You don't spend that on a target, you spend it on a question. He's deciding what Earth is, Captain, right now, and we're the whole of the evidence. That's a door. Doors out here don't stay open. His hands went flat on the table, which was Sethi working hardest to be slow. I want to send a proper contact package, language, history, the offer of a meeting, neutral ground, their choosing. Those are human beings, twice over. Ours by blood, the Reach's by birth, and at this moment the only thing Earth and the Virae know of each other is hulls. Every bad war I ever studied started exactly there. He didn't come to open a door, Dawes said. He came to weigh us, and we weighed light. Price up what he bought for his 62 hours, our acceleration curve off the 2-degree test, our watch discipline, the captain's face under pressure, and confirmation will be on a filed line to Austrey inside the week. Then he told us to keep the flag lit so his gun crews never have to work for the identification. We told him everything, and we learned his name. A name is where every negotiation in history starts. It's where every ambush starts too. The two overlap. Sethi didn't look away from him, and there was no anger in it, which made it worse. You read him as a gun, Wade, because a gun is the instrument you know. I read him as a man still deciding. We're both guessing. Only one of our guesses can be tested politely. It's a good instrument, Dawes said, and kept it mild because Sethi deserved mild. 40 years, and it's never once read low. That's not pride, Ravi. I'd have liked it to read low sometimes. Locke had been quiet at the head of the table, letting the two of them run it out. No package, he said at last. Not because it's wrong, Ravi, because he asked us nothing that needed one. A man that deliberate invites you when he wants you. We finish the sweep. 3 days, then Austrey on the filed line, exactly as we told the Farron we would, and everything we hold on the Virae goes home with the chart. His eyes went to the stitches on the table. The flag stays lit. He as good as ordered that, Dawes said. He advised it, and it happens to be the truth of us, which is the one thing out here I'm certain of. Locke straightened. It's his sky, Wade. However we drew the map. I'll grant him the courtesy while it costs us nothing. It's not costing us nothing. It's costing us the option. But Dawes said it on his way to the hatch, an objection for the record rather than the fight. Watches doubled. Helm crews on rotation from tonight. Silva keeps the sprint warm. Granted, all of it. Sethi caught him in the passage after, a hand briefly on his shoulder. For what it's worth, I hope your instrument reads low this once. So do I, Dawes said. It'd be a novelty. For 2 days the picket kept Rade's word. The sweep ran, the marks went down, the 6 pips lay on their line at 19 light seconds, and trimmed their spacing twice a watch, regular as tides. Dawes flew his rotations, lost a modest sum to Silva on principle, and kept the tactical plot on his repeater through every meal. At the top of the middle watch on the second night, the first drive lit.
The far returns came under way one after another, 30 seconds apart, a departure sequence like everything else those crews did. The fence stopped being a fence. Hull by hull, the line folded into a column, and the column gathered way and went, hard burn, all 6 of them, outbound. Dawes ran the intercept cone. Then he ran it again, because the answer was the kind you check. Same answer, both times. Verret crews didn't waste fuel, and their commander didn't waste anything at all. Dawes opened the comm to the captain's cabin with one hand and laid in a return course with the other, because Locke was going to want it, and the numbers wouldn't improve for waiting. "Dawes?" Sleep still in the captain's voice, second time in 6 days. "Picket's underway, Captain. All 6 hulls. Sequence departure, hard burn. And they're not spreading out to sweep. They're formed up." A rustle, and the sleep was gone. "Towards us?" "No." On the plot, the 6 tracks ran out long and clean, pulling together as they went, 6 threads drawing down to a single point, and the point had a name on the chart. "They're going to Austria."
Chapter 8. The Good Intention. The Farrens sent their message in the Founder Code, as they sent everything that mattered, and SETI carried it into Locke's office translated twice over. Once for accuracy, he said, and once because he had kept hoping it would come out saying something else. "We count 14 sails rising against our sky," he read. "Our children are brought inside the hill houses. To the Earth ship we do not ask. We tell, so the count is kept somewhere." He set the slate on the desk between them. "That's all of it. 14. Raids pulled his whole picket off the corridor stations. Dawes confirms it from the plot. Raids are 6 hulls and a fast exit, Captain. 14 is taking." Past the viewport, the Sable Reach kept its thin scatter of stars, and down the forward passage, 2 of the day watch were arguing amiably about whose turn the galley was. 2 days ahead, under a sun the color of a banked fire, people were bringing their children indoors. "Read me the middle again, the not asking," Locke said. "We do not ask. We tell, so the count is kept somewhere." Sathi's voice went rough on it the second time through. "Their speakers argued half the night over whether telling was already begging. I have that from the young one who runs their transmitter. She wasn't supposed to add it." Locke turned the slate and looked at the Founder Code itself, drifted letters out of a ship's alphabet generations off its road. He'd played the original at his desk before Sathi came and hadn't needed the translation for the tone. Steady, old past its years. The same voice that had risen out of the blank part of the map saying, "We are still here," now saying, with not one word of asking in it, "Watch what happens to us." "Find who's speaking," Renwick had said, in the small, bright office over Earth 2 days before the window, "and control what it means before somebody else decides." Well, the finding was done. The voice had grandmothers, and a transmitter that wanted parts, and children being brought indoors, and the meaning had already grown past anything a directorate note could put a frame around. "Say the rest," Locke said. "You've been building to something since the hatch." Sethi pulled the chair around and sat, which he only did when he meant to stay until he'd won. "We don't turn for the span. We go in and we put words between Rade and Ostri. Broker. Broker. Captain Rade's line is stranded stock, same as the Farren. Cousins twice over. His quarrel is with Earth's flag and Earth's road, not with a world of hill farmers who never sailed anywhere. and war out here is small and poor. Nobody in this reach has people to spare. Every hull he loses at Austri is a hull no yard of his can fabricate back. If somebody worth talking to stands in the middle, most men talk. We are the one thing in this reach worth more to him talking than burning. And what do we put on the table? We can't arm the Farron. We can't stand in front of a world. A table is what we put on the table. Sethi leaned in, and the tiredness fell off him as he warmed. Nobody has ever treated with Encelrade. Not Earth, not anyone flying Earth's license. We treat, and we carry his grievance home entire. His voice on the survey's record at Highreach in front of the people he wants to make pay. He can't shoot his way to that. There isn't a gun in this reach that gets him that. Only us.
Locke sat with it. Through the deck plating, faint and constant, the drive ran its long, survey, gentle burn. 2 days of it left between the ship and the answer. The age he lived in could fabricate a hull in a week and light every kitchen from Mars to the Span for nothing, and none of that was worth anything 2 days ahead unless somebody stood up in a doorway and talked. This, he'd have said if anyone had asked him, was what all the plenty was for. "Get me Dawes when the watch turns," he said, "and Ravi. Sleep first. That's an order I'll actually check on." "I'll sleep when he says yes," Sethi said, already up, already halfway glad, and took his slate and went. Dawes had the morning correction burn, so Locke went up to the flight deck with 2 coffees and took the jump seat while the numbers ran themselves down. "You've read Ravi's plan," Locke said. "I've read it." Dawes trimmed a 1/4 degree that no instrument would have argued about. "You want the flying answer or the true answer?" "Both." "Flying answer, I can put us anywhere in that system you like, and I can get us out of most of what can follow us." His hand stayed easy on the board. "True answer, most is doing a lot of work in that sentence. That's why I'm up here and not at breakfast. Ravi thinks nobody prefers killing while there's talking on offer, and he's right about most people." Dawes passed him the fuel figures to initial, everything in its order, everything mild. "Raids people watch their own suns go out, and they blame the road we came in on. Ravi calls that a reason to talk. It is. It's also the other thing." The burn ran out its last seconds, and the board chimed, and Dawes zeroed it without looking at it. "I flew relief in the consolidation," he said, in the same voice he'd used for the fuel. "The runs that went in after some parley came apart somewhere. Every man who called those talks meant well. I hauled out what meaning well left on the ground." He took his own coffee off the console and drank some. "You'll call this one, and I'll fly it. And I'll fly it better than anything Raid can put up. I just want the cost on the table while the table's still cheap." "That's why you're getting the coffee." 14 sails, Dawes said. "Against us, 2-point defense mounts and our manners." "Then we lead with the manners." "That's the approach I'd fly." A grin went across and was gone. "Briefing?" 8 o'clock watch. I want Silva there." "He'll come with opinions." "I'm counting on it," Locke said. The chart room barely took 7 people. The Austri plot ran on the main plate, the old red sun, the green-gray world, the thin gold thread of the corridor the Dawnward had authenticated coming in, and around the table, Sethi with his slates squared like a man before an exam, Vale with hers in the disorder that meant she was actually working, Dawes, Silva straight from the drive spaces with the day's grease still on his knuckles, Wells by the door, not sure she was invited, and invited anyway, and at the table's end, Vale, running a deck of cards over his knuckles, card by card, with the patience of a man being paid by the hour. Locke laid it out plain, the 14 sails, the timetable, the choice.
turn for the span and carry the Farron's message home. Nobody would call it desertion, and the survey's own doctrine would call it correct. Or stay and put words between raid and a world. Newest hand speaks first. You know my rule. Locke nodded at the door. Wells, you've stood on their ground. Tell the table what's at stake.
Wells came off the bulkhead, red to the ears, and then stood into it. They keep the sky, sir. Every clear night, somebody walks up the observatory hill and writes the sky down by hand. They've done it since their grandmothers counted the first stars missing because the sky was going wrong and nobody off Austria would believe them without the writing. They gave Dr. Vale the whole archive, no conditions. They gave it away to strangers because keeping it mattered more than keeping it theirs. Her chin came up a little. You don't hand people your grandmother's sky and then sail off when the weather turns, sir.
That's the stake, Locke agreed. Vale. Numbers first. Vale didn't look up from her slate. Raid's slow hulls raise Austria in 3 days. The fast ones make it whenever they're told to. Call that no warning at all. In a system that size, there's no such thing as watching from over the fence. If we're in system when the sails arrive, we're in it, whatever we call ourselves. She flicked the plot forward, and the gold thread of their corridor lengthened toward the world. And my interest out loud, since we're being plain. The Farron Archive is the only honest baseline this reach has given me, and I'm not done with it. My reasons for staying are no nobler than anyone else's. They're just better documented. Silva made a sound that in a kinder man would have been a laugh. Ravi, Locke said, the plan, one breath.
Offer a parley at a point of his choosing. The Dawnward stands as broker. We shield no one, we fire on no one, and we say so in the offer. We carry his grievance to Highreach on the survey's record in his own words entire. In exchange, the sails stand down from Austria while words are tried. Sethi spread his hands. It costs him nothing to talk. It gets him a thing no gun in this reach can get him, and nobody has ever treated with him. Being first across that table means something to a man nobody's ever offered a table. Dawes, Locke said, short form. I gave the captain the long form this morning. Dawes tipped his chair back on 2 legs. Short form. Everything Ravi said can be true, and it still comes apart in 1 second, off 1 gun crew with 1 dead brother and a loose thumb. Plan for the second, not the sentiment. Noted, and he's right, Locke said. Plans that need everyone sane aren't plans. Nobody's asked engineering. The chair legs came down. Silva had sat through all of it with his arms folded, and now he put both hands flat on the table, and everyone at it looked up, because Silva asked for the floor about twice a year. So engineering will say it anyway. She's a Mercer Hall, survey rated. Rated means gentle. Long burns, low load, a stable mast, everything under red line from here to the end of the ledger. That's not a flaw, that's the design. She's the finest instrument platform the yard's ever floated, and that is all she is. What she is not is a ship you stand in front of guns. Now you want to park her between a warlord and a world. He turned one hand over, a man laying out stock he knew to the gram. She'll do it. She'll do anything this crew asks her to, and that's exactly what worries me about her. But push her past her build and something breaks. Not might break, breaks. I can tell you where if anybody wants the tour. The drive goes first. She'll give you 1 hard run, flat out, and she'll be sweet about it the whole way, and it's the second run that tears her. And out here I fix her with what's in the hold, and what's in the hold is for charting. Nobody spoke into that for a moment.
On the plate, Ostry turned, green and gray and small. "If the parlay goes wrong," Locke said, "and I have to leave in a hurry, what will she give me?" "1 run. Everything she has, once." Silva's eyes stayed level on him. "Then you find me somewhere very quiet, and you hope I like what I find when I open her up." "1 run's plenty," Dawes said, "spent in the right direction." "Then that's the box we stay inside." Locke set it to the whole table, slow enough to be written down. "We are not asking her to fight, not once, not at the edge of somebody else's fight. The plan is words. The fallback is 1 run, spent going home, everyone aboard. If it ever looks like those aren't the choices, then we made our mistake further back up the line, so we watch the line." "Keep us inside the box, then." Silva unfolded his arms. "She'll do anything you ask her. I've said that twice now. There's a reason I keep saying it." "Vale," Locke looked down the table, "you know this Reach better than you'll say. Will he meet us?" Vale squared the deck and set it down before he answered, which for Vale was ceremony. "He'll meet you. Raid has lost more than anyone you have ever sat across a table from, and here is Earth's flag, asking to sit across a table. He won't spend a chance like that cheap." "Then there's something to build on," Sethi said. "There is something to listen to," Vale said. "Build is your word." Locke looked at the plot a while. The gold thread, the world, the red sun that was the wrong color, and that everyone in the room had stopped remarking on. "We stay. Ravi, draft the offer tonight. Plain terms, nothing clever. Dawes, shape the approach so the 1 run is always in your hand. Silva, the drive's true numbers by morning, not the rating plate." And then, with the thing decided and the others already pushing back chairs, he kept going. He gave them the Raider timetable a second time. He walked the fallback through again, the 1 run, going home, everyone aboard, and had started on the difference between standing in a doorway and standing in a fight before he caught himself at it. 3 reasons passed in order the table had already taken. Dawes watched him from the end of the table, mild as milk. Locke shut his mouth on the 4th reason and let the 3rd stand. 8 o'clock watch tomorrow, he said, as though that had always been the last line. "Thank you." The offer went out at midnight on the wide beam, repeated at the turn of every hour, in trade cant and in plain earth both. The survey ship Dawnward proposes a meeting at a point of your choosing. She will shield no one and fire on no one. She will carry the grievance of Ansel Raid to Highreach entire, on the survey's record, in his own words. She asks the sails to stand down from Ostry while words are tried. Then nothing, all the next day. The Dawnward ran on down her gold thread toward the world, and the crew did what good crews do with a held breath, which is work around it. By evening the mess smelled of Silva's brew, which was against regulations only in the sense that no regulation had imagined it. Vielle, Dawes, and Wells were 3 hands into a card game whose rules had drifted so far from the box lid that Wells kept a written amendment sheet. Sethi sat with his supper going cold, mouthing Farron greeting forms at his slate, dipping his head each time to a speaker who wasn't there. Vielle had the corner table and the archive, slates fanned in her working disorder, and twice she turned a facsimile page with only 2 fingers, at the corner, the way you turn a letter from home. Locke took his tray last and ate standing, shoulder to the galley frame, and watched his crew. Somewhere off the starboard beam, 14 sails were crossing a dying system to take a world, and in this room the worst thing going was Vale's luck, which he took harder than he took Raiders. "Deal again," Vale said. "This game was invented by a species that cheats." "You've won 11 hands this trip," Wells said. "I have the amendment sheet. It's in writing. Deal again slower." Tomorrow they'd sail into the middle of somebody's war with a hold full of instruments and try to talk a warlord out of a world. And Locke believed it would work, the way he believed in load ratings and tide tables. Not because anyone owed them luck, because Robbie Sethi could make friends with weather, and Wade Dawes could fly a crate through a needle, and because the age itself sat on their side of the table, an age that had proved, over and over, until it was nearly boring, that there was more to be had from talking to people than from burning them. His whole life ran on that proof. It had raised the yards he grew up in, and floated the ship under his feet, and he did not intend tomorrow to be the day it stopped being true. The reply came late in the evening watch. Wells was up before her slate finished chirping, cards face down, across the mess with the link open in her ear, and then she read it out loud twice, once fast and once slow, because Sethi asked her to, and because everyone had stopped moving anyway. It carried no signature and needed none. It rode the picket flag's own beam, trade cant, courteous as a bow. "The meeting is agreed. Bring your ship to high orbit over Austri at the turn of tomorrow's middle watch. 2 sails will stand escort. Words will be tried." He said yes. Sethi was on his feet, and the grin took years off him. 14 sails, and he said yes. 2 escorts, Dawes said. Generous. It's the old usage. Parley escort 2 sails, so nobody brings 20. That form is older than any flag in this reach. Sethi laughed, actually laughed. He answered in forms, Wade. A man who answers in forms wants to be understood. Silva got up, took the jug, and filled whatever vessel each of them had to hand, down to Vale's tea glass, which she surrendered without being asked twice. "To words being tried," Silva said. They drank to it. The brew was terrible. Nobody minded tonight. They made the approach in the middle watch, and Austri rose out of the dark ahead, with its old red sun standing behind it like a banked fire. On the plates, the world came up green and gray under ribboned cloud, the evening line crawling toward the hill country, and somewhere under that line stood the observatory hill, and somebody on it writing the sky down. The bridge ran operational and low. Dawes had the con, flying the approach he'd shaped with the one run always in his hand. Wells sat the mast console with the Austri ground link live in one ear. Vale kept the plot. Sethi stood at Locke's shoulder with greeting forms he could have said in his sleep and was rehearsing anyway, under his breath, in Ferren and in trade cant both. Vale stood back at the aft rail, out of the way, watching the world grow in the glass. "Drive's rested and she's willing," Silva said on the engineering channel. "Don't make it matter." "Steady as she goes," Locke said. "Offer on the hour, every hour, till we're at the table." "Contacts," Vale's hands moved on the plot. "Resolving the escort." A pause, and she ran it again before she spoke, which was Vale saying something was wrong with the arithmetic. 5 hulls. "The message said 2, Sethi said. "The plot says 5. 5 that are letting us see them, Dawes said, even. Eyes are his board. "Escorts bring escorts," Sethi's voice held its warmth, a man keeping a door open with his shoulder. "He's a warlord standing in front of his own captains. Face is real out here. It's rude, Captain. Rude isn't an answer." "Hold the approach. Keep the channel open." The 5 didn't form on the meeting point. They opened out. Long, unhurried curves, low across Austri's limb, spreading east and west of the world like fingers coming loose from a fist. On the plot, the lines ran on ahead of the hulls that were drawing them, and none of the lines bent toward high orbit, and every one of them bent around the world. 2 more contacts, Vale said, rising out of the sun's glare, fast hulls, no transponders.
That's not an escort spread, Dawes said. Those are stations. Captain! Wells's hand went to her earpiece, and her voice came out at half its size. I've lost Austri ground, mid-word. The carrier's just gone. They're not transmitting. Get me anything, Locke said. The transmitter girl, the speaker's channel, anything.
There's nothing to get, sir. All of it's gone. Vale came off the rail then, crossed to the plot, and read the spread once, top to bottom, the way a man reads news he has been waiting for. Ranging pulse, Dawes said. The threat board lit under his hand, one source, then a second, then a third, painting the Dawnward's hull from 3 sides of the sky at once. They're illuminating us. On the open channel, at the turn of the hour, the ship's own offer went out again, patient and plain. And under it, on the picket flag's beam, the acceptance was still repeating, courteous as a bow. Words will be tried. Locke's hand closed on the command rail, hard. Captain, Dawes said, in a voice with nothing left in it, they were never coming to talk.
Chapter 9. The First Shot. Vale cheated at cards. Dawes had no proof, which was the professional part, but 11 hours on station at the parley point had come down to 9 hands of cribbage, and nobody honest pegged out from a dead board 3 times running. The Neil studied his hand with the expression he wore for human money, human weather, and human waiting, the expression of a man enjoying all 3 and declining to say so. "Any time today," Dawes said. "Patience is a virtue among my people." "Is it?" "No," Vale said, and laid 15-2 on the fold-down table like a small act of violence. Down the bridge at the comms board, Wells laughed, too loud for the size of the joke, as she'd been laughing all watch. She had the Errand lighter on a stock channel, and the lighter's pilot had spent half the morning teaching her the word for the color of Austri's sun. The word had a lift in the middle Wells couldn't do. The pilot kept making her try and laughed every time. A big, unguarded laugh that came up the channel with a warmth the channel did nothing to thin. Beyond the forward glass, Austri hung in its own amber light, continents the color of rust and tea, cloud going gold at the rim, and the sun that lit it was the wrong red, and the world was beautiful anyway. The lighter rode 2 kilometers off the Dawnward's beam, a hull older than everyone flying her, sent up ahead of the speakers to stand beside Earth's ship while the raiders came to talk. The speakers themselves waited on the ground for the raiders' answer. That was the Farron idea of a parley. You put your oldest boat next to your guest, and you stood there, visible, while the terms got said. The word from Rada's side had been 2 ships. 2 had come, on time, and parked at the agreed range, and said nothing, which was rude but survivable. Then the board grew a third. Dawes stopped watching his cards and started watching the plot instead. A 4th resolved out of the sunward glare. A 5th. Then the heavy came up from behind Austri's limb, slow and unbothered, the mass of a grain barge and none of the innocents. Dawes put his cards face down on the table. "Captain," he said, "tell me you asked for an honor guard." Locke was already at the forward station, and he'd already seen it. He opened the hailing channel anyway because he was Locke, and the last thing he was going to spend was courtesy. "This is Aidan Locke, Open Reach Survey Ship Dawnward, for the commander of the Austri picket. We see you, and we're glad you came. The Farron speakers stand ready on the ground, and we're prepared to carry terms in either direction. Whatever's between you and Earth, there are people on this world with no part in—" The lead cutter fired while he was still saying it. There was no sound. That was the obscenity of it. 100 kilometers off the bow, the Farron lighter came apart in total silence, one long bloom going out in every direction at once, and the pieces kept flying the course the boat had been flying, spreading as they went, and on the stock channel at Wells's elbow, the pilot's voice stopped between one word and the next. The carrier hiss went on. "She was," Wells said. "She was still talking. They came to talk. We told them—" "Straps," Dawes said, and took the ship. He rolled the Dawnward nose down and lit the mains, and she went like what she was, a laden survey mule, 9 tons over quota, with a good heart and no business here. Behind them, the net began to move. Not a scramble, a closing. 6 hulls coming in off their marks in an order somebody had drilled. "All hands to stations," Locke said on the ship wide, clipped down to the bone now, everything in him that had been mid-sentence a minute ago put somewhere out of reach. "This is not a drill. Silva, I need everything." "You'll get everything and she'll hate you." Silva, on the engineering ring, sounded like a man leaning on something. "Ring mains weeping already. I told you what she was built for. Don't make me say it twice today." The first hit came without any warning the plot could give, a glancing rake down the port quarter that rang the hull end to end like a struck main. The lights ducked. A hand at the survey station went into a stanchion and came off it with his forearm wrong, and somebody's blood made a bead line across the deck plate, and that fast, that cheap, the war had been aboard. "Corpsman to the bridge," Dawes said, level. "Wells, boards to me, and close that channel." She looked at him. Under the terror, her hands were already moving, giving him his boards. It was the channel she couldn't touch, the hiss where the pilot had been. Dawes reached across and closed it himself. One key, no ceremony, the way you'd shut a door on a room nobody should look into. And Wells made a sound and swallowed it and kept working. He'd remember that. Shaking hands and her numbers coming up clean. The Dawnward owned one gun, a debris laser on the dorsal mount, rated for rock and optimism. It killed the first torpedo at 4 kilometers. The second burst at 1, and the frag went through the aft hold in one side and out the other, and 3 compartments of atmosphere went to make a brief pale weather around the ship. "Aft hold's open to space," Silva said. "Through and through. Coolant line's gone on the drive room ring. I've got 2 burned. They'll keep the hands. You want to tell me where you're taking her, or do I find out when the next thing breaks?" "Out," Dawes said, working on which way. That was the trouble, and he'd already seen it. The fire kept arriving late and wide and always on the same side, walking them starboard, and the incoming solutions that could have opened the ship like a can kept not quite doing it. He put a curl in the course to test it, and the net corrected, patient, and pushed them back where it wanted them. Ahead, sunward, the radar line had a gap in it wide enough to drive a moon through. "They're not trying to kill us," Dawes said. "That's good," Locke said. "It isn't. They're hurting us. That gap's the mouth of a pen." He said it the way he'd say the weather. Somewhere under the level of it, 40 years down, something old and tired turned over in its sleep. "They want the ship." The plot painted the mouth of the pen in courteous green, the one clean road out of Austri space, and Dawes had flown into a place like it once, a long time ago, on somebody's order, and had spent the rest of that year learning the names of the dead. "Alternatives," Locke said. "Thin. She won't outrun a cutter in open sky, and the maths on a fight is short. I can decline the pen and make them kill us honestly. That's the list." Vale had left the cards. Dawes hadn't seen him cross the bridge.
The null moved when nobody was watching. It was one of the several unsettling economies of him. But he stood now at the plot with his hands behind his back, studying the net the way he studied a cribbage board he was about to be unbearable about. "Mr. Dawes," he said, "the gap is bait. You know this." "I know it. I'm short on other doors." "There will be one." Vale's finger came down on the heavy, sitting fat and patient at the net's anchor. "This formation closes from the rim, all ships at once, on a signal from the big one. One note, low, on their common band. On the second beat after the note, every rim ship wheels inward together to shut the pen. And while they wheel, they are blind down their own wakes, drive wash, their own light in their own eyes." The finger moved slow, drawing a line that crossed the net's rim at the third cutter's quarter, a line that on the plot was nothing at all, no gap, no course, no road. "There, from the note to the end of the wheel is perhaps 30 seconds. You cross cold or you don't cross. If one thing on this ship is burning when they finish the turn, the door was a wall." The bridge had gone very quiet around the two of them.
"That's 30 seconds of dead ship in a shooting war," Dawes said. "Yes, I'd deal you better if I had it." Dawes looked at the line that wasn't there. Every instinct he'd salted away over 60 years said that you did not fly your one hull through a wall on the word of a passenger. Under the instinct sat the arithmetic, which said the pen's mouth was death on a schedule, and the arithmetic didn't care how he felt. "You've seen this net before," Dawes said. "Yes. Where?" "Fly your ship, Mr. Dawes." Dawes turned. "Captain, it's your hull." Locke looked at Vale a moment, a man he owed and couldn't read, and then didn't spend another second on it. "Do it." "Then here's the shape." Dawes was already keying the drop sequence, voice gone easy, almost lazy, which anyone who'd served with him could have told the bridge was the worst possible sign. "Silva, I want a seed canister bank rigged to burn like a mainline drive. 90 seconds of glory, on the rail, 5 minutes ago. Wells, put our name on it. Beacon codes, drive signature, the lot. It goes out screaming that it's us, panicking, running sunward for the pen like sensible people." "Our actual codes?" Wells said.
"Loud and stupid. You've seen me panic. Make it convincing." She let out something that was half a breath and half a laugh, and bent to it, and her hands were still shaking, and her numbers still weren't. "You want me to spend half our seed stock as a firework," Silva said. "I do. You promised me a survey run, Dawes. I promised you a card game Thursday. Rig the bank." The Dawnward died on a count of 3. Mains, ring, dorsal array, the warm breathing hum that lived under every deck plate, Silva took them all down in order, and what was left was battery trickle, passive boards, and 400 tons of ship falling dark along a line an alien had drawn on a chart with one finger. The hull ticked as it cooled. Straps creaked when anyone breathed. On the passive plot, the net's rim slid nearer, 6 patient hulls, and the pen's green mouth hung sunward, wide open, exactly where anybody sensible would go. Dawes lay in his straps with his hands quiet on the dead yoke and hated how calm they were. 40 years since anyone had shot at him in earnest, and his heart rate had come down the moment the shooting started, the old trade fitting like it had never been taken off. He'd crossed half the sky to be done with the man who was good at this. Apparently, the man had made the crossing, too. The note came. One note, low, flat as a test signal,
out of the heavy and onto the common band, and it was exactly what Vielle had said it would be, and Wells's hand came around and stared at the nod with her mouth open before she caught herself. Locke's eyes went to him too, one beat, and came away. Vielle watched the plot and said nothing, a man listening to an old song he had not chosen and knew every bar of. 2, Dawes counted, soft, and the rim wheeled. 6 drive flares budded at once along the net's edge, all of them swinging inward to close the pen, and the moment their own light filled their own eyes, Silva's firework went off the rail. It went sunward, burning like a main-line drive with its beacon shouting the Dawnward's name on every band Wells had been able to reach, running hard and stupid for the pen's green mouth, and the net believed it. The rim ships came out of their wheel chasing, and the heavy's batteries opened, and the cutter's racks emptied, torpedo and rail and everything else they'd carried out here, all of it converging on 90 seconds of canisters and spite. And Dawes lay dark and falling in the black and watched what they had meant for his ship arrive somewhere else. The beacon sang the Dawnward's name right up until it stopped. Nobody on the bridge said anything. There wasn't anything you'd want to say where Wells could hear it. Then the third cutter crossed their line, closer than the drawing, its wake a long shoulder of wash that shoved the hull sideways and set every strap and stringer creaking at once, and passed on, blind in its own light, chasing the ghost. The rim went by. The net was a shape behind them, with nothing in it. "Silva," Dawes said, "lighter. That's past rating. I know the number. You'll get it once." The mains caught with a bang that came up through the deck like kicked drum, and the frame groaned down its whole length, and somewhere aft a bank went hot past its stops and stayed there. The Dawnward came out of Austri space at rating and a half, aft hold open to vacuum, seed racks half spent, blood dry on the deck plate, and nothing left on the plot with the angle to catch her. Aft of Dawes, somebody let out a breath with a shake in it. Behind them, the note sounded again, low and flat, and the net began to reform. Not in pursuit. Around the world. They stood off at last light, if a place with no day could have one, Austri's amber disk small in the aft view now, and its sun sitting wrong and red above it, and around the world the raider halls spreading out with the unhurried competence of men building a fence they'd built before. Stations, intervals, overlapping arcs. A cage going up around a place where the Dawnward's crew had been teaching children to mispronounce Earth words 3 weeks ago. The broadcast came on every band at once, flat, in trade cant, recorded. Austri and its approaches are closed. The road Earth opened is a war road. Hulls under an Earth flag are lawful prize. Then it repeated, and kept repeating, a fence post hammered in once a minute for anyone arriving late. Dawes had watched a war start once before. It had started exactly like this, while a decent man was still saying reasonable things on an open channel. "Bill," Silva said, arriving on the bridge with his sleeves shoved up and a burn mark on one cuff that hadn't been there at breakfast. He said it to Locke, but he stood by Dawes, which with Silva was a sentence in itself. "2 of mine burned. They'll keep the hands. 1 of yours with a cracked forearm. Aft holds hold through and through. I'll patch it, and she'll wear it, first hole anybody ever shot in her. Number 2 bank scorched past its stops. She'll fly." He wiped his hands on the rag that made them dirtier. "She isn't the ship she was yesterday. I want that in the log, Captain. She isn't, and it wasn't weather." "It's in the log," Locke said. Vail was gathering the cards.
They'd gone off the fold-down in the first hard turn and slid to the deck's corners, and the Null moved along the bridge, picking them up one at a time, as though that were the outstanding business of the day. Locke started to thank him and got a wave of the hand for it, like waving off a bad smell. Mr. Dawes flew it. I pointed. "That net, where'd you learn it?" Vale squared the deck, set it on the table, and looked at him, and for one breath there was something in the look with real weight behind it, an answer of actual size, the kind a man carries whole years without setting down. Then it went wherever Vale's answers went. "Your deal, I believe?" he said. Nobody pushed. Nobody knew how. The Naal took his seat and looked out the aft view at the amber world with its new fence, and whatever was in his face, it wasn't surprise. Locke came and stood at the helm. For a while he watched the plot, the cage, the repeating fence post of the broadcast, the long fall of his parley. "Say it," Locke said. "Thursday's game is off," Dawes said. Locke looked at him. Whatever he'd braced for hadn't come, and having braced was its own weight. He took a breath to answer, and put it down, and squeezed Dawes's shoulder once instead, hard, on his way aft to the casualty list.
Dawes stayed at the yoke. His hands lay on it, steady, and he let them, because they were what the next weeks were going to need, and because being angry at your own hands was a young man's game, and he'd played it already, decades back, to no result. The Reach had been 11 hours of cribbage and a laugh coming up a stock channel this morning. It would not be that again for a long time. "Wells," he said. She was still at her boards, white, upright, her eyes on the aft view where the lighter wasn't. "Log her," Dawes said. "The lighter, time, position, course, everything you saw. The survey writes true records. That's what we're for out here. Somebody, someday, is going to ask what happened at Austri, and you're the one who saw it." Wells looked at him a moment. Then she pulled her boards to her and began, low, to read the lighter's last bearing into the record. Time, position, course made good, her voice level, held there by main force, entry after entry. Chapter 10. After. You cut the wound square before you mend it. Silva made Wells measure the shot's path twice, the entry a hand across, clean, the exit wider and ragged, with the stores locker gone to scrap on the way through. And then he chalked a hard rectangle around each hole and stood back while she read the plate numbers aloud, because the numbers went into his book before any torch got lit. "The shot chose that shape," he said, on the suit channel, over the soft floor of Hiss. "We don't keep anything it chose." The aft hold stood open to the sky in two places, and the sky stood in the holes, hard stars, the pale smudge of the dust shoal, and low among them a single red point that was Austri's sun. Wells set the cutting guide against the chalk, and her hands did it properly, which was the strange part. Her hands had been fine since the morning after. It was the rest of her that kept arriving somewhere else. The suit channel hissed between words. Every channel she had ever worn had hissed between words, and she had gone her whole life without an opinion about it, and now there was a place just under her sternum where the hiss went like swallowed metal. The word for the color of Austri's sun had 5 sounds. The pilot had laughed on the 4th, every time, all that morning, laughed at her flat earth mouth mangling the lift in the middle, a big, unguarded laugh coming up the stock channel from a boat 2 kilometers off the beam. 5 sounds.
The laugh lived on the fourth. Wells kept starting the word in her head and getting to the fourth sound and stopping, and starting it again, and stopping, and the torch was cutting true the whole time, which had to mean something about what hands were for. "You've stopped," Silva said. The torch hadn't. She checked it anyway. "I keep getting to the fourth sound," she said, before she could decide whether that was a thing to say out loud. "Of the word, the one the pilot, there's a lift in the middle, and the laugh always came on the fourth sound, and I keep—" Her voice did something, and she shut it off. Silva said. Then, "Cut to the chalk, you're drifting a millimeter proud." She cut to the chalk. They hung the first plate together, and Silva ran the seam himself with Wells bracing, and the weld light came and went in the dead hold like slow lightning. Between passes he gave her the ship, unasked, the whole state of her. Ring main holding but weeping at the aft junction, number 2 bank scrap until Highreach, the drive true but tender. "She'll fly straight, and she won't fly hard," he said. "Nobody gets to promise her anything for a while. Those are the terms." At the second hole, he handed her the torch and did not take the brace position, and she understood that the seam was hers. "Does it stop?" Wells said. The visor hid whatever her face was doing, which was the only reason she could ask it. "The hearing it, does it stop?" "No," Silva said. "It sets up further back. You get work in front of it, and it stands behind the work, and some days it leans." He knocked one glove against the fresh plate, twice, testing. "When your seam's cooled, I'm taking the good coffee down to the 2 of mine in medical, so you'll finish without an audience. That's not kindness, it's a schedule." He left her with the torch and the hole. She squared it, and cut, and hung the plate, and ran the seam in one patient pass, and through the last unwelded inch of the Dawnward's first wound, she watched the red point of Austrey's sun until the bead closed over it. Dinner was some kind of braise she'd asked the galley for twice a week her whole first month, and she moved it around the tray until it stopped looking like food. Sethi had made too much tea. He'd been making too much tea for 3 days, pot after pot, carrying cups to stations nobody had asked from, and now he topped hers up at half and set the pot down and hovered in a warm, terrible way and said, gently, that the first days after a thing like, "You don't have to manage me." It came out with edges. The galley went on with its small noises. Sethi's face didn't close. That was somehow worse, and the apology stood up in her throat, and she left it standing there, and took her tray to the rack, and walked out with it half full, angry at the braise, angry at the pot, angry at the kindness most of all, and not one part of her could have said why the kindness. The watch station sat at the mast's base, where it had all started. The headset hung on its hook. Wells put it on fast, both hands, before any part of her could argue. A month of watches had taught her the Reach's voices, and the Reach had gone quiet. The freight bands, which had chattered day long her first weeks, fuel prices, water prices, a man 2 shoals over who told the same 3 jokes to every hull that would carry them, sat empty. Once, from a long way off, the broadcast came around again in its dead trade cant. Lawful prize. Once a minute, fainter with range, still saying it. And under everything, on the old band the mast never quite lost, the kindred's beacon went on saying the thing it had said for 5 generations, out of a world with a net drawn around it. We are still here. What stopped her was none of that. It was a gap. The waypoint at the shoal's edge had talked every day of her month, a small, dry voice of a place, pump schedules, berth calls, somebody's manifest read up to somebody's boat. She went looking for its evening traffic, and there wasn't any. She went back through the mast's memory, night by night, and found the last of it, 2 days old. A young voice, reach flat, reading a fuel manifest to a hull inbound. The list ran to 1100 and stopped. Not finished, stopped. Carrier for a few breaths, dust, then nothing, and after it, nothing, and no distress call anywhere in the record, that night or since. Wells sat with her thumb on the replay and made herself listen to it a third time, because listening was the job, and because the last voice she'd half kept was one she hadn't kept at all. Then she keyed the bridge. "Captain, the waypoint at the shoal's edge has stopped transmitting. It talked every day for a month. 2 days ago it stopped mid-manifest, and there's been nothing since. No mayday, nothing. Somebody should look." Dawes's voice arrived first, dry, from wherever Dawes was. "It's a day's burn into a sky that spent last week trying to keep us."
It's also the only voice in this reach that's gone missing instead of quiet, Locke said. "And we're the only hull left out here that still answers. Lay it in." The waypoint was a bare shoulder of shoal rock with 3 landing pads, a tank farm, and a dome, and the Dawnward's boat came down on the outermost pad past the scorch where somebody else had landed harder. Wells's eye went to the mast before the skids touched rock, her trade, and it was off at the root, shot through the base and folded over the dome's flank like a snapped mast line. The deep field head shattered across 30 meters of rock. Whoever had come here had put their first round into the thing that could tell anyone about it. Dawes took 2 of his hands through the lock ahead of her. 30 minutes, he said. "We're in a library. Quiet, touch nothing you can't put back." Then to Wells, handing her the portable rig as if it were a rifle. "You're my ears and my record. Stay where I put you." Inside, the dome was cold enough that frost had come out of the dead air and furred the pipe runs. The lights were off, and the emergency strips had run flat, so their torches did all of it, one room at a time. In the common room, a long table still wore its last meal, bowls with spoons in them, a serving pot with its lid off, everything frozen mid-ordinary. And at the sight of the bowls, Wells's stomach rose so fast she barely made the lock, and stood on the ramp in the hard starlight, breathing in force with her back to the door. Dawes came out, took the rig off her shoulder without a word, stood beside her holding it for a minute, and gave it back before it could mean anything. The keeper lay by the pump-house. An older man, freight tape on one boot heel, frost silvered into his hair, and no weapon anywhere near him because he had been a man who ran fuel pumps at the edge of a dust shoal. Dawes's hands found the second body by the north pad and said so on the channel, quietly, and after that nobody said much. The tanks told the rest. Wells walked the farm with the rig and read the levels into the record. Fuel drawn to the dregs, reaction mass gone, both boats gone off their cradles, and the water untouched, thousands of liters of it, because whoever had emptied this place had been provisioning for patrol, not flight. She recorded that too, and her voice stayed level through all the numbers, and she was absurdly, privately proud of it, and ashamed of the pride in the same breath. Sweep came back empty. Thermal came back blank. Dawes called the wrap at 25 minutes, and Wells stood alone in the tank house doing the last levels, and her eyes had been running for a while inside the helmet. The cold's fault, the frost's fault, nobody's, and she cracked the visor to wipe them where no one could watch her do it. The cold bit her wet cheeks. The tank house was silent all the way down. Tick, tick, tick. From below. Through the deck, up the pipe runs, small and deliberate. 1.
then 2. She stood absolutely still with the visor up and her heart going, and it came again. 1, then 2. Patient, spaced like a man saving his strength. She banged her lamp on the rail twice, and the answer came back so fast and so many it broke her breath. A run of taps tumbling over each other, urgency and plain metal. "Dawes," she said, on the channel, and her voice cracked in the middle of his name. "The floor, there's someone under the floor." The hatch hid under a pallet frame. Dawes's 2 hands had it shifted in seconds, and below it a crawl went down into a cistern room that sat, some Reach builder's mercy, against the warm shoulder of the station's reactor. In the torchlight, thermal sheeting, a length of pipe worn bright at one end from 2 days of tapping, and a young man wedged between the cistern and the bulkhead with his lips cracked and his eyes enormous. "Hands," Dawes said, and the hands were already out, open, steady, held so on purpose before Dawes finished the word. 20, at a guess. Heavy-boned, a faint ridge along the brow catching the torchlight, a build that made the crawl look small around him. Not Ferran, and not anything Highreach walked past without turning. Dawes's torch crossed that face and stopped, and the muzzle of his weapon stayed level a while after the pipe had gone clattering across the floor. The young man's eyes stayed on the muzzle, and he looked like someone who had stood through this exact count before. Wells got her flask into his hands, and the hands shook on it, hard, both wrapped around it, and he drank like a man who'd spent 2 days rationing someone else's cistern by the mouthful, and when he came off it, he was still shaking, and he grinned anyway, a rasp of a voice arriving before the shaking was anywhere near done. "You knocked wrong," he said. "Hold knock gets answered with 3. 2 means stand by. I nearly settled in for another day out of pure professional disgust." "Name," Dawes said. "Rook." "What Rook?" "Out here, just Rook." A cough went through him, and he wrote it. "I'm not Ferran, if that's the sum you're running." "Didn't ask," Dawes said, and the weapon came down, and none of the watching stopped. They got the story in pieces, while the medic hand looked him over. 2 days, near enough. He'd been below reading a manifest up to an inbound hull when the pad lit up with a boat that hadn't hailed, and he dropped through the floor as the first round took the mast, because on his side of the Reach you learned what it meant when they shot the mast first. The raiders had come back twice for the last of the fuel. "Boots sound the same from down there," he said. "Yours and theirs. So I sat on my hands." A shrug that didn't finish. "3rd day changes your standards. You get less choosy about boots." 12 on station, he said, when Dawes asked, and his voice went flat and careful, Reach flat, the humor packed away. 2 argued. He looked at the doorway in the direction of the pump house, at nothing. "The rest went aboard as crew, not guests, crew. My boat too, with 4 of mine on her." He said 2 names then, low, not to anyone in the room, and nobody made him explain. Wells keyed the rig without deciding to. "The survey keeps a record, a true one. What happened here gets written down and it holds, but I need their names, all 12. "Keeper kept the crew board over the pumps," Rook said. "Op shack." He was moving before Dawes had finished weighing it, up the crawl and across the hold gallery where the dome stood open to the stars, fast and low, using the wreck the whole way, nothing wasted, and back inside a minute with a slab of board under one arm, frost on it, 12 names in grease pencil in a careful hand. He put it into Wells's arms like freight. "Spell them right," he said. Dawes put his weapon away. At the boat, he searched Rook anyway, thorough, twice over, and took a rigging knife off him, and Rook stood for it with his arms out and his eyes on the middle distance, and Wells found somewhere else to look until it was done. They lifted. The waypoint fell away below, dark, its snapped mast pointing back along the shoal, and Wells read the 12 names off the board into the record, slowly, spelling each one, while beside her the last man of the place watched out the port and said nothing at all. "Good ears," Dawes said from the front, without turning around. Wells kept the grin off her face almost until the port had it. At the Dawnward's lock, Locke was waiting, and the argument was short. "He rides somewhere with a latch until we know him," Dawes said, and Locke looked at the kid, blanket-wrapped, swaying, upright by some freight deck pride alone, and said, "He rides in a berth. We didn't pull him out of a hole to put him in another one." And in the passage beyond the lock, Vale had found a reason to be standing, and Rook, going by, stopped for half a step. The two of them looked at each other a beat longer than strangers look. Vale inclined his head, the smallest amount there is. Nobody explained either half of it to her. They fed him first and asked after. Wardroom, morning, the system plot turning over the table. Rook sat at the end with soup and the blanket over his shoulders, and Dawes sat where the plot, the companionway, and Rook all stood in front of him, wearing his sidearm at the table, which Wells had never once seen. "Start where you want to start," Locke said. Rook started with the mast. They shot it first, everywhere. Always, a road you couldn't prove was a road no help came down. Then the fuel, the boats, the crews. "He's not burning the Reach," Rook said. "He's collecting it. Fuel, hulls, hands. You don't provision like that for a raid. You provision like that to stay." "How many did you see?" Dawes said. 8 through the shoal gap in 2 days. Staged, spaced, heavy in the middle of the line. Headed in system. He said it the way a man reads a gauge. I had a slit and nothing else to do. 8. 6 holding at Ostry, Vale said. She had the scope plot up before he'd finished, her cursor already walking the net. His 8 makes 14 between the world and the span. "And your road," Rook said. "The gold one you rode coming in. The first proven road this Reach ever had. He's sitting on it. Toll at the Narrows. Pay in fuel or hull share, or turn around. I heard it priced before the waypoint went." He glanced round their faces. "You've been out here a month. There's exactly one road, and it's his now, and the world it runs to is fenced." 6 on the world, and a toll on the only road, Dawes said. "That's a blockade, with manners." "What does he do with a world," Locke said, "once he's fenced it?" "Waits." Rook turned the spoon over, set it down. "Raid collects worlds the same as hulls. It signs his flag, or it sits inside the fence until signing looks better than another winter. Nobody's ever waited him out." "That world can't wait anything out," Dawes said. "Their sky is doing his work for him." Nobody answered that. On the plot, the fence held its slow shape around Ostry, and the toll line sat across the gold thread of the road home, and the numbers stood there, being numbers. 14 hulls, 1 road, 19 shades of red, in a sun that had no business being any of them. Sethi had been quiet the whole briefing, which in Sethi was its own weather. "The speakers," he said, "the ones who stood on the ground at the parley, is there anything out of Ostry at all?" "The beacon," Vale said, "nothing else yet." Wells filled a cup on her way past the samovar and set it down by Sethi's hand, and didn't look at him while she did it. Sethi's shoulders came down a little. "If those people are ever leaving that world," Vale said, to the room, in the tone she used for figures she'd checked 3 times, "it's now, while 14 is the number, and the road we made still runs. Next month it's not 14, and the road is his, in fact, and not just in force. "There's a version of this where we run the span for home," Dawes said. "Hand the survey a true record and an intact crew, and let Earth answer with something better armed than a mule. I'll say it because somebody has to say it in daylight." "There is," Locke said. He stood at the plot with his arms folded, looking at the fence, and whatever was moving in him didn't reach his voice. "Sethi, first light, take it down the well to Odai. The counts, the toll, the fence, all of it. No kind versions." "He wouldn't thank me for one," Sethi said.
"No," Locke said. "That's why it's you."
She found Rook in the galley that night, at the end table under the small port, turning an empty mug by its handle. The galley was doing its low night noises. She had the record slate with her, the 12 names, entered and locked, and the entry she reread more than any entry needed rereading. A hull, a bearing, a course made good, and no name on it anywhere. "Your keeper's board is in the record," she said, sitting down across from him. "All 12 spelled right." 11, Rook said. "You've got a double L where there should be one. Her mother spelled it the old way." He watched Wells fix it, and nodded once. The nod she'd learned cost him something, and looked back out the port. Austrey's sun sat low in the corner of the view, a red coal among the hard white of everything else. Wells said the word under her breath, and stalled on the 4th sound, the way she had stalled on it for 3 days. "It climbs in the middle," Rook said, not looking around. "You know it?" "Everyone who's wintered on Austrey knows it. It's the only thing they're vain about, that sun." He turned then, and there was nothing in his face but the plain business of teaching. "Up, not louder, like a hull off the pad. Again." She tried it. The middle came up. The 4th sound arrived and went past, and the whole word stood there, said, in the quiet of a galley at night. A small, strange thing in the air between an Earth junior and a freight kid with 2 days of cistern water still in his voice. "There," Rook said. "Now they'd feed you." Wells said it twice more, so her mouth would keep it. Then she pulled her tray over and ate while it was hot. Chapter 11. What We Owe. Sethi counted the children first. It was a habit worn smooth as a pocket stone. 11 of them, up in the kindred's ribs where the lamplight gave out, wide, dark, ferren eyes in the red of noon. On his first visit there had been 30, and the boldest had touched his sleeve and fled in triumph to the galleries. 11 now. Nobody had told the children of Austrey anything, and they knew everything, the way children always know. The hall had been the colony ship's main hold, 5 generations back. The Ferren had grafted timber galleries and cable runs onto her frames until the ship was a building, and the building was still, stubbornly, a ship. High up, somebody's great-grandmother had cut a skylight through the hull plate, and Austrey's sun came down through it the color of a banked fire. It was midsummer. Sethi's breath showed. Sethi stood at the foot of the long table and gave O'Day all of it, plainly. The picket counts, 14 raider hulls between Austrey and the span, the toll line drawn across the high road like a hand closing over a jar, the word blockade, which the Ferren had not needed taught. He softened, nothing. "Say the number of your berths again," O'Day said. The speaker sat broad and gray-shot in the speaker's place, hands flat on the wood, and had not once asked him to make any of it kinder. 90, perhaps 100, if we crowd the air. "We are 1,900, Roadmaker.
I have the census in my own hand, names, not numbers. When your ship argues over us tonight, it will be arguing about names. I know it. I believe you do. Down the table, Morrow had stood through the counting without taking a seat. Ask him what his 100 is for, he said. Marcy or a sample? It's for whoever you choose, Sethi said to him, because a fear said to your face deserves an answer to your face. Chosen by your speakers, listed in your hand, landed clear of the noose. Nobody of ours chooses. Morrow looked at him and past him. The sky first, he said. Now the people. Odai let the words stand a moment, and then set them aside with the flat of one hand. You have seen our sky, he said to Sethi. Now you have seen our road. So here is the only question in this hall, and it is your captain's as much as yours. Will Earth carry us or watch us?
The promise was in Sethi's mouth, whole and warm and 30 years practiced. He swallowed it. I won't hand you a thing I don't have, he said. Tomorrow I'll bring you a true answer. Then we will spend today choosing what can be carried, Odai said, and rose. The speaker walked him out through the cold, past growing domes wearing frost on their skirts at midsummer, and said nothing more until the landing field. A true answer, Odai said then. I will not mind how small it is, Roadmaker, so long as it is true. The shuttle climbed through red noon. Along the dome path, small in the viewport, 11 figures had come out into the cold to see it go. None of them waved.
Silva opened the briefing before Locke could, which was Silva being kind. Before anybody makes a speech, he said, here's the ship. Drives at 9/10, and I'm still finding radar gifts in the port trunking. The radiator patch is a patch. Berths, 90 souls, 100 if they're small and the scrubbers behave, and that's a month of air, not a season. That's not an argument for anything. It's arithmetic. I'll thank the room to do its sums with it. The wardroom was full. Locke stood at the plot with Austri system turning over it. Vale and Wells sat with slates. Vale had folded himself into the corner he liked, the one with the good view of the card table nobody was using. Rook had come in last and taken the end seat, both hands in sight on the table. Dawes had come to the briefing armed, which he did not do, and had taken the chair against the drive bulkhead, the one with the companionway, the plot, and Rook's corner all in front of it. Sethi gave them the hall. The census in Odai's own hand, names and not numbers. The children in the ribs, and then the question exactly, because it was not his to soften, will Earth carry us or watch us? Nobody answered right away. Then let's say it straight, Dawes said. Option 1, we load 100 and run, and leave 1,800 people under a raider flag, and spend the rest of our lives calling that a rescue. Option 2, we stay and play escort, one survey hull with half her teeth and no fleet behind her. The nearest survey ship is a season out and built no better than we are. Raid has 14 hulls we've counted, and more we haven't. He said the next part slowly, so it would not sound like a mood. This will bury us. Wade, I'm not done. I spent 30 years watching good intentions get paid for by whoever stood nearest. Out here, the nearest is us, and after us, them, because a dead Dawnward doesn't lift anybody. They're not ours, Ravi, however it feels down that well. We don't owe them us. We're the ones who heard them, Sethi said.
5 generations that beacon asked, and we're the first who ever answered the hail. The answer gets given now either way, Wade. Silence is one of the answers." He was starting to say it a third way, and made himself stop. "And if the true answer is, we can't, then I'll carry it down the well myself and say it to Odai's face, but I won't say it before it's true."
Locke let the room spend itself first, as he always did. "Silva, can she do it alone?" No. Silva didn't dress it. Not carrying, not escorting, not both, not alone. It was Rook who moved. Rook came up the table to the plot, with a glance at Locke for permission and a glance at Dawes for something else, and Dawes's thumb found the holster strap and stayed there. Not open, just there. Wells slid her slate across without being asked, and Rook took it with a nod that cost him visible effort. "You're solving the wrong problem," Rook said. "You can't carry a people, so don't. Get them carried." "By who?" Dawes said. "The Reach is a war zone." "The Reach is a neighborhood with a war in it. Different thing." Rook began laying marks on the plot, quick and sure. "Shoal families, the Ferren fed through the lean years. 4 hauls, maybe 6. The ore line that winters its crews on Ostry because Odai's people never charged them. 2 more, big ones. A water hauler that owes Odai's yard its keel. Out here nobody is rich enough to forget who they owe. You want the Reach's real map? It isn't routes, it's debts." "And they'll fly into a blockade for a debt?" Dawes said, flat.
"They'll fly around one." A corridor grew under Rook's fingers, bending away from the high road, out through the long smudge of the dust shoal, past the dead system's dark mark. Raiders picket the high road because the high road pays. There's exactly one proven route in this reach, the one you wrote coming in, and Raid's toll line is sitting on it. This is the cold lane. Freight runs it when the tolls get hungry. The dust fouls sensors, theirs as much as ours, and nothing on a dead road is worth burning patrol time for. I've flown it since I was 12. "Doing what?" Dawes said. "Freight." Rook's half-grin arrived a beat before it was needed. "Freight doesn't stop for a war. You dodge what you can't outgun. It's a living." "Whose freight?" "Anybody's. That's what independent means." Dawes didn't smile. Rook went back to the plot. "Here's the catch," he said. "Those captains fly their own lanes on their own eyes every day. They will not fly somebody else's lane in convoy with their children aboard on a strange kid's say-so. My say-so buys a drink." He looked up, and it was Vale he looked at. "But you're the survey. You can make a road real. Seed the lane, authenticate it, put it up gold. A captain will bet his hull on gold. It's the one thing in the Reach nobody can fake." 3 days, Vale said, already working her slate. 4 if the shoal geometry argues. "And the moment it goes up gold," Dawes said, "every ledger plate in the Reach shows an escape road out of Ostry. We'd be publishing the way out. Raid reads the same sky." Yes, Rook didn't dress it either. That's the price of being believed. Locke turned to the corner. "Vale, you know this Reach. Is his lane good?" Vale unfolded and came to the plot. "The lane is real. The pickets stand off the dust. It blinds them as much as you. And Raid's captains would rather tax the high road than sweep shoals for empty holds." One long finger moved to the corridor's middle leg deeper into the shoal. "Bend it here, wider of the dead system." "Why wider?" Vale said. "Because I would go wider," Vale said pleasantly, and that was all. "The lane passes the dead system either way," Wells said. "Is there anything out there we should know about?" Vale studied the dark mark a while. "The dust hid the kindred coming in," he said. "It will hide the Ferren going out." Sethi opened his mouth on the next question. The question, the sun,
the going out, the thing veil carried and would not put down, and every way of asking it sounded like an accusation, and he closed it again. Across the table, Silva glanced at Dawes. Dawes kept his eyes on the plot. "We do it," Locke said. When Locke was sure of an order, you got the order. The room got the order, and then it got 3 reasons nobody had asked for. The beacon that had called for 5 generations before anyone came, the survey being the only authority in the Reach that could make a road true, and the oldest law of any sea that you answer the vessel in distress. All of them good. Sethi, who had wanted exactly this, listened to his captain stack reasons like sandbags. Locke was afraid. He was doing it anyway. Dawes studied the corridor a long moment. "Then we do it right," he said, and pulled the plot toward himself. "First, stop calling it a rescue. Rescues improvise, and improvising is how you fill 90 berths with dead. This is freight with shooting. I want the run cut into legs, a hard abort on every leg, and our gun over the launch and nowhere else." He was already laying course pins. "And I want it flown before Raid finishes his arithmetic." Afterwards, in the companionway, Sethi caught Rook's shoulder. "It's a good plan. Thank you." Rook shrugged the words off somewhere behind his ear. "It's a start," he said. "Plans are what you have before Raid votes." By the next afternoon, the hall was a muster. Households queued the length of the long table, and Vesa sat at the head of it with the census open, writing families into lists with a keeper's exact hand, each name read aloud once before the pen moved. Up in the ribs there were 7 children. O'Day took the plan the way he had taken the blockade, 1 piece at a time, each piece turned over before the next. "How long is your road good for?" 3 days to make it true," Sethi said. "After that, as long as the dust and the raiders allow. Days, not weeks. Who chooses who goes?" "You do, all of it. Your lists, your order. And the ones your ship lifts. The ones who can't ride a freight hold, your medics name them, not ours." "Our own keels fly," O'Day said. It was not a question. "Ferran hands on Ferran helms. Your corridor, our ships." "Yes." For a moment the hall went still around them. The pens, the cues, the children in the ribs, and the stillness could have been read as consent. On another world years ago, Sethi had read a stillness exactly that way, and people he still named in his sleep had paid for the reading. He spread his hands on the census table. "Say no if it is no, O'Day. I'll carry a no up the well as carefully as a yes." O'Day looked at him for a long time. "It is not a no," he said. "It is a yes with its eyes open. We know what we are choosing between." The signing began, and Morrow, who had stood through the terms with his own tally board against his chest like a breastplate, came forward and laid the board face down on the table. "It is a good plan," he said to O'Day, not to Sethi. "Better than I believed roadmakers made. 5 generations we begged the road, and the road's answer was to eat the sky. Now we are to ride it out of our own sun's cooling, as passengers of the people it belongs to, and be grateful at the far end." He squared the board with the table's edge. "It is a good plan, and mine will not be in it." Morrow went out through the muster, and the queue parted for him, and Sethi marked how many along the tables did not look up as he passed. Sethi took a half step after him. O'Day's hand came off the wood, flat, easy. "Let him go," the speaker said. "His grandfather wanted the beacon dark. He wants it dark still. I have kept it lit over his voice for 30 years, and every ill that has come down the road since he lays against my name.
Odai looked at the doors where Motto had gone. Some of the count is fair. There was nothing to say to that worth saying, so Sethi stood with him a while in the red light, and then the speaker signed the first list himself, name by name, reading each one aloud. At the landing field, Tekka caught him by the shuttle, out of breath in the thin cold. "Will Wells fly with the lift?" "Yes." Tekka nodded, formal as a treaty, and then broke, grinning. "Good." Odai's last words came with him up the well. "Tell your captain, make your road quickly." The first node seed went down the corridor's throat at dawn, ship time, and by mid-morning the first mark of the new lane came up on the plot, and it resolved, and it went gold. Wells whooped once, and had the grace not to apologize for it. Silva came from the drive room to look at the mark, went away, and came back to look at it again. A road that had never existed was becoming true under their hands, out of a blank part of creation, and that was the survey's whole business, and for a moment the wardroom was the best job alive again. Rook wrote his messages longhand and made Locke send them under the Dawnward's own key. "From me, it's gossip," he said. "Under your key, it's cargo. 3 captains, the right 3 in the right order, and the Reach carries the word for us. You don't broadcast. Broadcasting is how you invite everyone who owns a gun." Dawes reflew every leg Rook had laid, in sim, against his own charts, openly, one at a time. The legs came up clean, all of them, and he said nothing when they did. "Check them twice," Rook said, without looking up from his messages. "I would." "I am," Dawes said. Silva gave the plot the ship's ruling and no comfort with it. "She'll fly your corridor. She won't fly it twice a day, and she won't fly it and fight at the same time. Ask, don't assume, that's all." Then, past midday, the long-range plot redrew. The toll line over the high road had thinned. 4 hulls, then 5, dropping out of the picket and turning in system. Engine flares gone long and hard, toward Austri. "Raids stopped taxing," Dawes said. "He's heard something." "He's read something." Rook's voice had gone flat and quick, Reach flat, the humor packed away. "Your corridor went gold this morning. Now every ledger plate in the Reach shows a road out of Austri that wasn't there at dawn. We told the captains. We told him, too. That was always the price." "How long until they're over the world?" Locke said. "A week if the dust slows them." Dawes was already laying intercept geometry, calm and quick, a man arriving somewhere familiar. "Less if it doesn't." "Then we don't get to be slow." Locke stood over the plot, the gold thread of the new road, the red drift of the picket closing on it, for a moment, and then straightened. "Send to Odai. Tell him to begin." Sethi keyed it himself, contact leads privilege, down the road they had made true that morning. Under the traffic, faint on the old band where the mast never quite lost it, the Kindred's beacon went on saying what it had said for 5 generations. "We are still here." "So are we," Sethi sent, down the new road, the other way. Begin. Chapter 12. She May Be Right. The Kindred's log core stood in a probe cradle in the middle of the survey bay, a gray cylinder as tall as Vale's collarbone, its casing polished bright in a band where 5 generations of hands had touched it in passing. Under the polish, the maker's stamp survived, an Earthyard's mark, a build code, and a year. 2189. Wells had carried it up from Austri strapped into a crash cushion.
Around it, the ship had stopped being a survey ship. Boats dropped away loaded with corridor beacons and came back loaded with Farron machinists and crated drive parts. The passage outside the bay had turned into a freight route. Twice an hour, the deck shivered with a launch. On the ops channel, the lift schedule ran as one long argument that never closed, only paused. SETI was down among the Farron councils. Somewhere aft, Silva's section was cutting lift brackets for a freighter older than the Dawnward, and the hull rang with it, patient as weather. Nobody wanted the survey bay. Vale had it to herself, and the quiet had a price. In the middle of an evacuation, a cartographer charting dead stars is somebody arranging flowers in a burning house. The rule the whole network ran on was simple. A record proves where a node has been, and nowhere else. The Kindred had been a node, an Earth ship with Earth signatures, and either those signatures would resolve against the deep archive, or Vessus people had spent 5 generations forging a sky. Vale keyed the challenge and made herself sit still while it went out. The core answered inside a second. Valid. All of it, first pass, landfall survey, 2192, authenticated down to the instrument serials. A sky nobody living had seen came up on the plate, 120 years young, the oldest proven observation in the Sable Reach, and hers to read first. The Reach as the Kindred had found it, crowded and burning, a sky you could steer by. Cartography did not hand you days better than this one, and for a little while, Vale was purely, professionally glad. The gladness lasted until she laid her own chart over it. Her survey of the same volume was 3 weeks old, 41 dead stars in the charted sweep, a count that had sat wrong with her since the day she logged it, too many for a cluster this young. The Kindred's horizon covered 9 of the 41. In the landfall survey, 7 of those 9 were burning. Vale ran the match again by hand, star by star, with the particular patience of a woman hoping to find her own mistake. The spectra lined up, the positions lined up. The 7 stayed dead. 7 suns, alive when the Kindred fell out of the sky, gone now. Stars do not die on that clock. 120 years is about what one takes to clear its throat. The processing allocation came down at 0412 with nobody's name on it. Survey compute cut to a 5th, the balance to corridor authentication until further notice. Fair and correct. The corridor was people, and her queue was 7 dead suns who were past being hurried. Vale re-ranked her jobs and got on with what a 5th would carry. Silva arrived mid-morning with 2 cups. "Before you ask," he said, setting one at her elbow, "the mast reads true." "I hadn't planned to blame the mast. That's new. I'm saving it for when I need it." Silva looked at the plate over her shoulder, the way he looked at a pump he didn't trust. "Those the Kindred's numbers? Authenticated yesterday. Landfall survey and 40 years of log besides. And 7 suns inside its horizon were burning in 2192. My chart has them dark. Around them the hull went on ringing with his section's saws. Silva drank and took his time about it. And the other 34? It was the right question, and she gave him the respect of the exact answer. No baseline. The Kindred could only swear to the sky it could see. The rest are dark with no date on them. Old Geth's or last year's? I can't say. You want to. I want records that let me say either way. Wanting more than that is how people ruin good charts. Silva grunted and drank again. He stayed a minute longer than the cup needed. You know what the mess deck's saying? I can assemble it from parts.
that the Reach is one big graveyard and Vale's up here doing headstones while the living queue for lift slots. He shrugged. I fix what's in front of me. You count what's over us. A ship needs both, and I've said so where it counts. How's your freighter? Which one? It wasn't a question. I'm putting new knees on a hull that should have been scrapped before Wells was born, and Command wants my own girl doing tug work on top of it. She's a survey ship. I keep saying that, too. Everybody agrees with me and asks anyway. He levered himself up. Drink that while it's hot. It's bad hot, but it's worse cold. And cold's how you'll drink it, because once a plate's lit, you forget cups exist. I've watched you do it. The laugh got out of her before she'd cleared it for release. Silva pointed at her, pleased with himself. There she is, he said, and took his cup away aft. The observation leaves came out of their chest smelling of ostry, stone, resin, wood smoke. Tin sheets, hand-cut and hand-scribed, 5 generations of skies in careful rows, and along the left margin of the oldest, a column of small deliberate marks in a different hand. Vale raised Vessa on the link to ask about the marks. My grandmother's, Vessa said. The record-keeper sat in her own stone room down on Ostry, the lamp making deep shadows of her wide eyes. The years are in ours. I'll give them to you in yours. She did. 1 year at a time, while Vale wrote. Then, you will want to know about her eyes. Her eyes. She believed she was failing her when the first of the near stars dimmed, so she had the young ones read the sky aloud and mark what they read, and kept her own marks apart to compare. 40 years she did that, so the record would not carry her failing sight. A pause on the link. It carries their good eyes instead. If your question is whether our memory can be trusted, Roadmaker, it was her question first. Vale sat with the oldest leaf in both hands. That's a better control than most instruments get, she said. She built a measurement and a memory in one record. It was well done. She would have liked you, Vessa said. She had no patience either. Then guarded again. What will you do with our memory? Read it straight. I don't promise past that. No, you wouldn't. The link closed. By the second evening, the cross-check was finished, and there was no honest way left to doubt it. 3 witnesses, 1 sky. The kindred's instruments, authenticated. A grandmother's borrowed eyes, 40 years of them, checked against her own. The Dawnward's mast, which had already been called a liar once this voyage and had been telling the truth then too. It was not the instruments. It was not an old graveyard, cold since before anyone came. The suns of the Sable Reach were going out inside human lifetimes, and Ostry's, by her own numbers, had decades, not eons, decades. Sleep was the correct next move. Instead, she pulled the roads. Rook had drawn the Reach's corridors for the evacuation the way a man draws his own streets. This lane safe. This one watched. This one you don't ride at all. Dawes had charted the raider pickets across 3 weeks of standoff, and the kindred's log had listened as well as spoken. Generations of traffic marks, everything that had passed within its hearing. 3 maps of where the riding was. Vale laid the dead suns over them. The living suns sat in the quiet pockets off every road. The dead ones lay along the corridors like stones down a riverbed. The oldest road, the deep trunk the Reach's own lines had ridden for generations, was the darkest of all, and Ostry's sun sat directly on it. And the new corridor from the span, the one the Dawnward had opened coming in, the one the boats were seeding with beacons at that hour, the one the whole evacuation would run, tied into the trunk at a junction Vale could cover with her thumb. The bay had been cold all week. The cold arrived now, all at once, in her hands. Vale stood, walked the length of the bay and back, and sat down again in front of the same overlay, which had not improved.
Then she did what she was better at than anyone aboard, and argued against herself. Corridors run where the seam lets them run. Whatever kills suns might run the same country for reasons of its own. The same address is not the same cause. 7 dated suns is a handful, 1 reach, 1 baseline with years on it. A pattern this loud out of a sample this small is exactly the kind that turns out to be a coincidence wearing a coat. She wrote the 2 columns plainly, what I can say and what I cannot, and the second column came out longer, and she made herself keep it longer. Records would break it open, or break it. Old skies with dates, from more systems than one, ridden roads and quiet ones. If the quiet roads kept their stars while the ridden roads lost them, and lost them after the riding began and not before, everywhere, not just here, then coincidence was dead. Short of that, it stayed a maybe. Silva's cup stood by the plate where he'd left it that morning. Stone cold. She drank it anyway.
Wells came down the next morning with a case of beacon receivers for calibration and the look of somebody who had been sleeping near her bunk rather than in it. The week had rubbed the Academy shine down to something plainer and steadier. Wells racked the case, started her checks, and then stopped in front of the survey plate and stood there. "Those are Rook's corridors," Wells said. "Yes." "And the dead stars are on them." Her eyes went the length of the trunk. "That one's Austri." "Yes." Wells was quiet for longer than Vale had ever known her to manage. "Tekka took me up their watch hill, my second night down there. There's a rail at the top, old, with names cut into it all along. I thought they were ancestors." A breath. "They're stars. Every star the going out has taken, cut into the rail, so the children learn the sky that was, and not just the sky that is. Tekka can say them in order. It takes a while." On the plate, the trunk lay through Austri like a road through a village. Vale said nothing. "It's the roads." Wells's voice stayed level, and her hands didn't. "The going out follows the roads. That's what this says." "Carefully," Vale said. "Here is everything it says. 7 suns inside the kindred's horizon were alive at landfall and are dead now, and stars don't die on that clock. The dead lie on the ridden roads. The quiet pockets keep theirs. That is a correlation. It is loud, and it is not proof." "How is that not?" "Because roads run where the seam lets them run, and whatever is killing suns may run the same country for reasons of its own. The same address is not the same cause. 7 suns and 1 dated sky can't split those 2 apart. More skies could. Nothing less will." Wells stood with it a moment, working it the way she worked a receiver fault, top down, and arrived fast. "The evacuation corridor ties into the trunk. We came in on—" She stopped and started again somewhere worse. "But if a ridden road can do that, then every—" "1 reach, 1 dated sky. That is the whole of what I'm allowed to say." Down the passage, a loader went by with somebody swearing at it amiably in 2 languages. Wells hadn't moved. "I think you're right. Don't."
It came out harder than Wells had earned, and Vale tried again. Think I may be right. Keep the may in it. Everything honest about this lives in the may. And then, because Wells kept standing there with her calibration case and her wrecked week and her friend's whole sky on the plate, Vale said the thing she had said to nobody else aboard. I want to be wrong. A breath. 7 suns is a small sample. It would not take much to make me wrong. That's the honest hope, and I'd thank you not to repeat it. Wells nodded, slowly, as if she'd been handed something with a serial number. What do you need? Records. Old skies with years on them, from anywhere a node or a keeper has been. Quiet systems most of all. If the quiet roads keep their stars, that's half an answer on its own. The boats talked to every hull in the Reach this week, Wells said. Marshal runs, corridor runs, Farron ships, the holdout lines, everybody's talking to everybody. You could ask, small, one question, riding along. Vale revised her estimate of the junior upward, not for the first time. Finish your receivers, she said. And as Wells turned back to the bench, 3rd pass before you rack them. Twice as clean. Do it a 3rd time, Vale said. Wells stood still half a beat. Then she grinned, sudden, the first one all morning, and got to work. Vale caught the captain in the chart room off the bridge the next day, in the 20 minutes between the Marshal brief and the corridor brief, eating standing up. Dr. Vale. Captain. Vale gave it to him the way she would give it to a review board, the core and its authentication, the grandmother's marks, 7 suns, the roads, the junction. It took 4 minutes. Locke ate while she talked, and somewhere in the middle he stopped eating. You're telling me the road did this, he said. I'm telling you I can't yet say it didn't. Those are different sentences, and the distance between them is the next month of my life. Locke set the bowl down. Does it change what we do this week? No. A maybe doesn't outweigh a blockade. You run the lift, and I'd say so at any board you like. Locke looked older than he had at Highreach. What would make you sure? Dated skies from more systems than this one. Ridden roads and quiet roads both. If the quiet roads keep their stars and the ridden roads lose them, after the riding starts, not before. Everywhere I can check, then coincidence is dead, and I'm sure. Short of that, I'm a woman with a graph. And if the records come in and the graph falls apart, then I'll stand up in the mess and say so and buy the drinks. I'd help you drink them, Locke said, and there was nothing easy in the way he said it. The boats talked to every hull in this Reach this week. Write me what a boat can ask. In one breath, your oldest sky and the year on it, no more. If it costs the evacuation nothing, it rides along. Nothing, Vale. Not an hour, not a boat held at a lock. Understood. And it stays aboard. He was looking at the plate now, not at her. The correlation, the graph, all of it, off the common channel, out of the boat chatter, until you're sure. This Reach is frightened enough. I won't hand it a maybe with Earth's flag on it. Agreed. Locke picked the bowl back up, looked at what was in it, and set it down again. Thank you for bringing it to me first, he said, and went to his coroner brief. The first Marshal convoy went down the new corridor at dusk ship time. Vale watched it on the plate, the boat seeding, the hulls riding, mark after mark resolving gold behind them, until the corridor lay across the Reach like a lit street, the newest road out here, and already the brightest. Vale opened a fresh sheet and got 3 lines into the arithmetic of what the lift would add to the trunk before she stopped and shut it. A maybe doesn't outweigh a blockade. She had said it to the captain, and it had been true, and it was still true. And Vale sat with her cold hands in the light of the plate and watched the road fill anyway. Then she wrote the question the boats would carry, 1 breath long.
your oldest sky, and the year somebody marked it, and sent it to the chart room for the captain's list. On the plate, the gold went on resolving, mark after proven mark, all the way down to Austria. You've reached the end of Part 1 of Wide Sky. The story runs on. Part 2 is on the channel right now, ready to play, so you can carry straight on. If you're enjoying the journey, take a moment to subscribe. The whole of the Fracture Cosmology is being brought to life here, one book at a time. Part 2 is waiting. I'll see you there.